they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick memory, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10.
Global Namaste to all the viewers. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers at Healing Our Earth, wherever you are connected to us from. This is Dr. Amrita Sharma welcoming you to the episode of Wellbeing and Wellness for a happy, healthy, peaceful body, mind, and soul. We have wonderful experts as well as eminent speakers lined up for you. But before we start this episode, let's enhance our spiritual well-being with a short prayer. Mine is Gayatri Mantra. You can hold any affirmation of your choice. Let's put our hands together, close our eyes, and spiritually enhance ourselves with this short prayer. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome back with this mantra as we personify our aura of spiritual well-being and enhance our surroundings with the global health and knowledge about today's episode. Let's see and move on to Philippines, where we have Meena Jen, our first speaker, with us to share her views on wellness and well-being. Global Namaste, Meena ji.
Global Namaste, I'm Dr. Amrita.
How are
What
you?
is, I'm good. Rega was supposed to be here, but she could not make it because she was stuck in rains,
Right.
heavy rains, and there was landslide. So I'm just representing her.
Sure, we are obliged to have you. It's a privilege to have you over here. And before she moves for her session, let me have her introduction. Meenal Jain is a certified medical doctor from India, Idaho, USA, and she has more than 25 years of experience in medicine and has worked in nephrology and kidney transplant unit. Wow. Dr. Jain is part of international team of specialists at the World Institute of Incurable Diseases. She's also a healing specialist and an expert in geriatric and terminal health related cases. That's amazing. And your topic today is 5 levels of health. And I am pretty curious to know about what are these 5 levels of health and how do they affect us and how can we enhance our wellness and well-being through them? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the 5 levels of health. So, as you have mentioned, so I'm working with the World Institute of Incurable Diseases. So these 5 levels of health are very important when we talk about these incurable diseases. So for few, like, simple diseases, nobody cares, right? It just, one can heal by itself. But for many complex diseases and incurable diseases, we have to really take into account all the 5 levels of health. So Beaver Science is the science of wellness, where we talk about these 5 levels of health and how we can actually balance all these levels. So first is the physical health. As we all know, that physical body, we are all aware of the physical body, right? So any disease, it manifests on the physical body, and through its symptoms and signs, as we are dealing, like, as we do it in medicine, right? We diagnose the diseases through symptoms and signs. So that's the physical health. And then comes the vitality. So vitality is all about energy, how you feel in your body. Like, are you full of energy or is it low? So sometimes there is like a lethargy all the time, and you are not able to perform your work. You're not able to carry out your task for the whole day, and there's always a fatigue. So, but sometimes people are really very energetic. So that's the vitality, right? It's just like battery. How much battery is it charged? So then comes the emotional health. So emotional health, as we all know, emotions. So emotions also affect our health. Actually, even when you feel angry, or if somebody is angry at you, you feel some kind of discomfort. Sometimes you feel the stress in your stomach. Sometimes you feel nauseated. Sometimes there is acidity just after you get angry, and you feel that acidity and some kind of that feeling inside your stomach, you say.
Yeah, sometimes butterflies in the stomach as well.
Butterflies in the stomach.
Yeah.
So but also overall, the stress, all those things also affect our physical health. So then comes the mental health. So mental health, how our thoughts, are we really cluttered, or do we have clarity, do we have focus? And all these things combined together affect our physical health. There is an integration of these mind and emotions and physical health and vitality health. And then then the spiritual health. So that's how that is something you can say that it's like it mostly it talks about like virtues, what kind of character we have, and also how are we connected to our soul. Are we aligned to our soul? Then if we are aligned, we are at peace, and we are able to take any challenges in life peacefully, with clarity, and with all the strength. So all these things combined together definitely affect our wellness and total well-being. And so when we talk about Bevel science, this is the system, healing system which we have. So we try to balance all these levels of health so that we can enjoy the well-being, total well-being.
So what is the Be Well
It is-
science basically?
So it's the science of wellness where we actually use the energy, and also we use the energy to heal people with various diseases, with various incurable diseases, whether it is a physical disease, whether it is emotional or psychological, or sometimes it is also spiritual or karmic, psychospiritual. So the complex diseases.
That's interesting. And so in this time of your experience of so many years as you have, what trend have you noticed that there is a transition of which kind of diseases are pretty common nowadays? And among the category of physical diseases or spiritual diseases or psychospiritual diseases?
I see that diseases are more complex now. So initially, we never we never had diabetes, even the chronic diseases. So chronic diseases like diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, stroke, all these are increasing. Then there is sudden increase in also like autoimmune diseases, cancer, and autism, even depression, anxiety. It is really, the incidence is increasing among individuals. So when I was practicing it, even then it was not so common. And now even last 3-4 years, I see that it has really increased. The cancer, autoimmune diseases, depression, anxiety, and other psychospiritual disease. And sometimes you even don't know what is the reason, why am I sick? And the reason is somewhere in the psyche, and also it is spiritual. It's karmic. It's also karmic.
True. So what percentage would you rate for the karmic as well as the psycho-spiritual disease for a person? So suppose a person has cancer, where you notice that a person was really healthy and still he had cancer. So what do you think is the role of the karmic stuff or a psycho-spiritual stuff in his or her personal life?
See, Dr. Smita, Dr. Amrita Sharma, it has a very important role, because even if we are able to control the symptoms, but if we are not able to treat the root cause of the disease, we cannot actually address the disease itself, like cancer. So it will reoccur because there is a problem in the energy anatomy. There is a problem in the spiritual or psycho-spiritual aspect and the karmic aspect. We are carrying some kind of karma which has resulted into this disease, whether it is genetic or whether it is like through lineage, or it's our own karma. So, and also the personality, like emotions. Sometimes emotions are responsible, negative emotions are responsible for the manifestation of disease. So unless and until we address those issues, we are not able to cure any disease like cancer or even autoimmune diseases.
Autoimmune diseases. And especially in the present time, we notice a lot of people, because of the gadgets and the mobiles and their interplay with the social groups and stuff, there's a lot of emotional turbulence among the people. And emotional health issues related to anxiety, depression, the simple manic or over expressing themselves or under expressing is very common in today's time, due to which there is a lot of anger, rage and stuff. So how do you address these kind of diseases when patients come to you?
So we have a method, we have a technique by which we work on the energy anatomy of the person. And also while we are doing it, we also coach the person so that they can take charge of their lives. So there is a like proper system where we train the person with exercises, meditation, while we are doing the healing and supporting them in the background and transforming. Like that's the journey towards transformation.
Right. And is it like purely a non-pharmacological basis of treatment, or do you include some of the medicine part of it as well?
No, we don't include any medicine. We just use the energy, and we also include exercises, the breathing exercises, and the energy healing techniques.
Right. And this reminds me, when you were talking about this, about a very good connection with the koshas that the Yoga Sutras tell in yoga about, that we have the Pranamaya kosha, Anandamaya kosha, and these layers of the body which are connected to our integrated self of health, which is indirectly also related to Ayurveda, where we try to deal with the roots of that. And so because you're also a nephrologist and you have an experience with that, how do you relate common issues that people have? Suppose like UTIs are so common, and pyelonephritis is so common in women, and other kind of diseases, or kidney stones are so common in people, with energies and the spiritual aspect.
So see, one is the physical aspect. Of course, we can see that, right? It's very clear. So, but when it comes to the emotional aspect, so there is a reason why. If we are talking about infection, so there has to be something with the immune system, immune and defense system. So it is not functioning properly. So why is it not functioning properly? So of course we know about the supplements, the diet is not right, and those aspects we are well aware of. But when it comes to emotions, so it is the stress is the commonest reason which we encounter. So what does stress to our body? What does stress do to our immune system? So we now know that this cortisol, it suppresses the immune system, and that is why we are prone to infections, right? So when immune system is not functioning properly, we will get infections. And also, if you relate it to the emotions, if we are not balanced in our emotions and we have self-destructive attitude, so that can also result into immune-related issues, immune system-related issues, like autoimmune diseases, because there is a self-sabotage, right? So immune system is attacking the own tissues, like any part of the body. So yeah, so that's the commonest example that I can give you, that the stress is, everyone faces stress, and nobody, like we don't know how to deal with stress. So in our healing system, we can easily actually address the stress and can work on all the aspects of health. Yeah.
So in simple terms, how can you tell our viewers what actually is stress, and how can they come to know whether they are in stress or not?
See, if you are not able to perform your task, if you are cluttered all the time, if you're like you have low energy and you don't have any motivation, don't have any inspiration, right? So it can be these are all signs of stress. So it depends on from individual to individual that how they are experiencing stress. So if they have they have deadlines to meet, but there is a lack of time, lack of energy, then it results in stress, right? So whenever we are not able to perform well, we are not able to achieve our goals, we only have 24 hours, right? So we have to do our best, and if something is missing, whether it is physical or if we are emotionally challenged because of any issues. It can be family, it can be work, it can be relationships, or or our own sensitivities. So everything can result into an emotional imbalance, and then we are not able to focus on our work, and that can result into stress. Does it answer your question?
Yes, yes, very well. And so if a person is stressed, like feeling all these kind of things, what are your advices? Like, what can they do best to cope up with that stress?
I would suggest that they should learn Bevel science. And
What are those? Please tell
those,
some of the basic ones which they can use, like.
maybe we can do some breathing technique which can help them to release their stress. So okay, so
Yes,
if you all are ready, then we can just
sure.
some so we will do synchronized breathing. This is the name of the breathing technique, is synchronized breathing. So how we do it? So for that, just sit straight with your back straight and feet on the floor, and then you start from here, chin down, inhale through your nose and exhale through the mouth. Okay, so let's do it. Chin down, inhale up, exhale down. Inhale up, exhale down. Continue. Last. Now I want you to focus at the center of the chest. Focus at the center of the chest. This is the center for emotional intelligence, the heart center. Close your eyes. Slow and gentle breathing. Okay, let's do it again. Chin down, inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. Continue. Last. Now I want you to focus in between the eyebrows. That's the center for mental intelligence. Inhale and exhale slowly and deeply as you focus in between the eyebrows. Again, let's do it again. Chin down, Inhale up. Exhale down. Release all your stress. Exhale tension. Last. Now I want you to focus on the top of your head, the crown center, the center for spiritual intelligence. Gentle breathing, nothing else on your mind. Okay, let's do it again. Chin down, inhale up, exhale down. Inhale through the nose, exhale out. Last. This time, focus at the center of the heart, mid-brow and top of the head. All the three centers simultaneously. Activating and aligning your emotional, mental, and spiritual intelligence.
That was so lovely. Such an amazing experience. Thank you so much. It's so calming, actually. And for some time, my thoughts were like absolute zero potential. And it's a very good stress reliever because I think the breath has a big connection with your emotional as well as your physical state. And the moment you control your breathing, the emotions, the mental, as well as the physical parameters on the vital basis, they come to a halt, actually. And I would like to ask you a few questions regarding that. So can everybody practice this kind of technique when they're stressed up?
Yes, they can practice this technique. This is safe and this is very effective. Only this, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, that's fine. Please go ahead.
And because we have three kind of breathing techniques, thoracic breathing, abdominal breathing. So are we doing a forceful inhale or exhale, or it is a normal inhale or exhale?
So inhalation has to be deeper.
Okay.
And exhalation is shorter. So inhalation is deeper and prolonged, and exhalation is shorter. And also, if you are releasing your stress, it can be forceful, slightly forceful.
Okay. And when we are practicing this, it's only that 5 times every time we need to practice, or it is just for less time or a little bit more time also a person can practice?
It depends. If you are very stressful, you can do this set, like, one set of this breathing. And if you can otherwise repeat it also the day, like, even it's very good if you are experiencing insomnia, then you can practice it before going to sleep, and it will improve your sleep. It will help you to.
How much time before the sleep one can practice?
Before going to sleep, you can practice this.
That's wonderful. And after food or before food, any restrictions on that?
If you're too full, then of course it's better to have some gap between the. If you are taking heavy meals, then you can do it. You can maintain the gap of like 1 hour.
Okay, that's nice. Thank you very much. We have Dr. Parin as well, as I can see. Welcome, Global Namaste, Dr. Parin. What comments do you have with Dr. Meenal? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What comments do you have with Dr. Meenal, because she taught us such a wonderful technique to combat stress, actually?
Honestly, I was trying it. Even my screen was off. But I have got some problem on my neck issue. Now I'm having some difficulty in turning right and left. And this has really helped me. I'm so relaxed and I'm tense free. So thank you very much, Yamina. You are doing fantastic. And I do love the style of yours, how you have explained and how we all were enjoying. So thank you for coming on the show and showing to your audience even. So wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meenal. We would like to have your presence more times as well. Please stay around if you have a little bit of time. Your presence will be very grateful. Thank you so much. Global Namaste to you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Hello, Dr. Parin. It's good to see you. And your cheering face gives me a little bit more glow on me. Before I start with you, let me just introduce you to our audience. So Professor Parin Somani is the director of London Organization of Skill Development, chief editor of Global Research Journal, academic scholar, TEDx speaker, educator, motivational speaker, author, humanitarian, philanthropist, multinational award winner. Wow. She has achieved 8 doctorates, my God. Authored 19 books, recognized 5 times in the World Book of Records, twice in Indian Book of World and Asian Book of Records. Amazing. Karnataka Book of Records, Scholars Book of Records, and Golden World Book of Records. Wow. She has traveled more than 117 countries to help in education, women empowerment, youth development. She was crowned Mrs. India, glamorous, 2021 by the Bollywood actress Aditi, and Mehak Chahal crowned her for Mrs. Universe 2022, and many more in the world of beauty and glamour. I'm amazed and blessed to have you on screen, that I'm hosting you. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank
you are a regular contributor as well. So please, your topic is your health and your wealth. Pretty interesting and very important topic. Please, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amrita Sharma, for a wonderful and a kind and a lengthy introduction. So I don't have any words, but thank you so much for doing a beautiful introduction about me. And when you talked about the books, before I start, I just wanted to say, number 20th book is literally going to be launched on 17th on my birthday. And the book is going to be Manifest Inner Beauty Part 1. I've written 2 parts, and that's the part 1 is coming. And in that one, I've talked all about manifesting your inner beauty. So that is going to be launched. So
Beautiful.
Finger crossed.
We are waiting. We are waiting. So 17th June is your birthday, right?
Yes. So it will be, we are hoping that it should work out and it should come out on that day. That's the way we are planning. But still, it's a week away. So finger crossed.
Okay, we are waiting for it. We are eagerly waiting for it. Looking forward to that. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I would also like to say a very big thank you to Mr. Neil Kumar for having me here. And I would like to say a big thank you to the Healing on the Earth for inviting me here. It is my privilege to be with you all to discuss your health, your wealth. Before we begin, I would like everyone, wherever you are, whether you're in a standing position, sitting position, I would like you to sit comfortably. Now, show me your hand and put one hand on your heart and the other hand below the belly button. Or you can rest both of your hands on your legs. Make your shoulder nice and relaxed. If you're comfortable, then close your eyes. I want you to concentrate on your breathing. Nice and easy. Nice and easy and natural. Think about the moment you are experiencing right now. Forget about the past, it's gone. Don't worry about the future because it is an illusion. Just concentrate on here and now. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, slowly breathe out. And now, gently, slowly open your eyes. Welcome back. Welcome back in the show. I want to ask you one question that I read in an article recently. And you know what it says in the article? Who is your life partner? Our parent, our children, our partner, our friends. Actually, none of them. Our real life partner is our body. When our body does not function anymore, nobody will be with us. We stay with our body from the moment we are born until the moment we leave this world. So whatever we do with our body and however we lead our lifestyle is entirely our choice. But we should remember that whatever choice we make will affect our future. The more we care for ourselves through our healthy lifestyle choices, the more our bodies and healthy lifestyle will care for us. Our bodies are the only permanent address where we live. Nobody else can share it. We can view it as a strength or the weakness, but keeping a healthy lifestyle is our responsibility because it is our real life partner. In life, we get very busy. Am I right? We get very busy because so many things going in our life, so many things happening. Money comes and goes. Friends and family are not everlasting. True? So it is important we look after our health and well-being by keeping a healthy lifestyle. It is always so easy to postpone taking care of our healthy living habits. We don't have to wait until the new year to making improvement to our health. We are all together today. We are all here together and we all take time to re-evaluate our lifestyle and make the changes that we feel will benefit us. I know there has been a lot of change due to the recent global events, but change is a part of life. and we can adapt and still lead a healthy lifestyle. So, the big question is that how can we achieve a healthy lifestyle? By looking after our mental, physical, and inner well-being. Let's think about it. If we are financially stable and extremely wealthy, let's say that you live in a golden palace in a physical sense and have all the worldly luxuries, are you guaranteed to be healthy and happy? Are you guaranteed to be healthy and happy? Even if you have the financial means to obtain the best doctors in the world, if you are unhealthy or very unwell, it does not matter. The amount of money that you have, you will not have the means to support yourself easily in doing what you want to achieve. True? Yes? And you may attain your goals, but without your good health, it would make your health, your life more difficult. I'm sure everybody will agree. True? Therefore, we must understand we have a responsibility to look after the one of the most important truth of our lives. Our health, that's our health. It is our treasure and our true wealth. So how can we do this? We can all start by helping ourselves to make necessary changes, to make ourselves happy. We can do this. Yes, we can do this by aiming to be active and exercise regularly. Some people exercise all the time and some do not. So what benefit does the exercise have? We feel healthier, happier, our heart will be stronger, our lungs will be more efficient as they will expand. They will expand increasingly lungs capacity. It will help with breathing and strengthen our immune system. It promotes weight loss. We feel more alert and happier due to release of our happy hormones. Yes, it's true. Have you tried? Try it. Let's try together. Our muscles will be stronger and we feel fitter, even if we have restricted movements or if we have aches and pains in our bodies. As long as it is safe to do so, we can try and attempt light exercise. That will keep us moving and help our well-being. So we should try to integrate at least 20 minutes of exercise into our lives, into our lifestyle every day. There are many types of relaxation therapies that can facilitate us towards a healthier lifestyle. For example, ecotherapy is a great way of improving our well-being and self-esteem by spending time in nature. I'm sure everybody likes to be in nature. I love to be. And it can be defined as a method of restoring optimal health and well-being through routine exposure and experience the natural world. For example, doing physical exercise outside, gardening, or doing anything related to spend time taking pleasure in nature. You can try yoga, chair yoga, meditation, mindfulness, massage, and aromatherapy. They can help us to clear our thoughts and deal with our problems in a calm manner. We should stay calm and take control of the situation because every problem, there is a solution. If we think we can do this, we can do something and believe in ourselves, then surely we will find the solution. This in itself is an act of empowerment. And this self-belief will result in solution that we believe in. So ensure that you have a good network of family and friends who will have a support system when you feel stressed. They will encourage you to view the situation in a different way. Therefore, video call somebody whom you like to talk and whom you want to be connected. Talk to the people. Do your activities that you enjoy. Engaging in hobbies that makes you happy. Avoid unhealthy habits. Help each other, whatever ways you can. Realize that you cannot always change a situation to concentrate on the aspect that you can. If you feel that you have too much to do, plan ahead and split up your task into the smaller, more manageable parts. Invest in experience and creating memories compared to that of materialistic things. Schedule a time each day to talk to a friend or your loved ones. Take a class to learn something new. Volunteer to deepen your sense of purpose. Spend time with the people who look more like your future than your past, who thinks positively. We need to surround ourselves with positive people and keep away from negativity. You see, it is the initial human desire that binds us together, is that we all want to be happy and do not want to suffer. True? Yes, we all want to be happy. This is that links us to our friends, families, and to other human beings that may not share the same opinion as us. So within history, the ancient Buddhist monks used to say that the happiness and sufferings are all within the mind. They are not external. So happiness is not external. Found through objects or different people. It is internal. It is in the mind. Therefore, if happiness and sufferings are within the mind, then the causes of happiness and sufferings always live within our minds. Therefore, the way we view the world is important. We need to change our perspective on the world. If something does not work out or something goes wrong within life, then do not perceive that failure is our fault. I'm repeating, do not perceive that failure is our fault. If we know that we have definitely tried our best, instead we analyze the approach that we took and look at the different ways of achieving our objective of learning something new. The attitude we take in our lives will guide us to our end goal. We need to enjoy our lives and what we do. And I want to help today to each one of you to achieve this. But in order to do this, I want you to think of 5 things that makes you feel happy. That makes you feel happy, but that makes you that also helps you to enjoy your life every day. Whether it will be spending time with your families, friends, grandchildren, watching a nice movie on television, exercising, eating good food. So everything you have thought of are the factors. Everything you're thinking are the factors that you feel good. They all contribute to a positive state of mind. We should always aim to see the best in other people and the situations. By doing this, do you know what we're doing? By thinking good about others, we turn a negative view or a situation into positive. But changing our own thinking, a key to being happier alive is to make the decision is always assume the people around us have good intention, which protect us from developing a negative mindset. Similarly, when situations have a negative impact, remember every cloud has a silver lining and all good things comes to those that waits. And learn from the situation. We cannot change the past, but we can build upon the future. Remember our joy and bliss within our soul. We should remember that we are the source of happiness, and everywhere we go, happiness follows. We can give happiness to other people through ourselves. We can be happy exactly where we are today. Why do we postpone? Why do we say that I will be happy when I go outside? Or I'll be happy when my grandchildren come to visit me? Or I'll be happy when I reach my goal? Or I'll be happy when I find my love? Or move somewhere else? Or I go on a holiday? Or I win a lottery? But to postpone happiness is to deny the happiness we have available to us right now. We have that happiness right now. I'm talking to you. We can be happy right now. If we choose to be happy now, we are making sure we are happy in future. Material things do not bring us happiness. Happiness brings us things. I feel that it is the secret ingredient to the life that we want to live. We should not delay. We should choose to be happy today in the present moment. If we decide we want to be happy only when we achieve a goal, then that is a momentary, because we will only have the satisfaction that you achieved that you want to do. But this is a short-lived, because the success of attainment and goals can happen once. It is the human nature to dream big and want different things in life. We should be happy with what we have, because we have happiness inside us all. All the time we have got that happiness, but we don't bring it out. Happiness is not an achievement. Remember, it's not an achievement. It is the state of being. We are full of peace and joy and love inside. But on the outside, we may have a covering of all these things that we are not. That we need to remove to be truly happy. Get rid of any thoughts or feelings that tries to cover the real us and covers the light of our being. When we feel angry, we should choose to be happy. When fear and doubts enter our mind, we should tell ourselves, I am choosing happiness. When envy and pride try to come into our heart, we should say to ourselves, this is not me. This is not me. I am happiness. I am happy. I am love. We should remember who and what we are. We are happiness. We are happiness right now and always. If we ever find it difficult to be happy, we should be thankful for everything that we have. Because when we are thankful, there is no other thought or feeling. By being thankful, we fill our hearts and happiness, and our minds feel contained and satisfied. In the moments of sincere and deep gratitude, we feel that whatever we have is enough, and we ourselves are enough. In that moment, we do not want anything and do not desire anything. We feel peace and happy. Whenever we feel sad, sorrow, or disconnected, then stop it. Stop for a moment and take a deep breath. And be thankful for everything that we have. We should appreciate the breath that we have just taken. Be thankful for life and the power behind that breath. We should value ourselves and talk to ourselves how we wish others to speak to us. Treat yourself with kindness and respect. When we treat ourselves kindness with respect, remember, we'll get the same reply, same response back. Make time for your hobbies. Do daily crossword puzzle. Plant something in your garden. Take dance classes. Learn to play an instrument or become fluent in another language. We should make sure that we sleep between 6 to 9 hours of sleep every night. I know it's very hard, especially for me. It's too hard for me to devote that many hours of sleep, but it's a good practice. The amount of sleep you get each day is important. which contribute to our health and well-being. Focus on faith, as we will find that this gives us happiness and peace. Research has also proven that people of faith are much happier and find more sustained happiness in life. We should surround ourselves with good people and those that helps us to build ourselves in a positive way. When we intentionally choose to spend time with those who are supportive, positive, and encouraging, we acquire a positive mindset and a happier and the happier moments achieved. Research has also found that people with strong connection are generally healthier than those who lack a support network. So it is wonderful thing that we have a golden club, we have a golden family around us, the global world around us, where we are all connected and enjoy. Be yourself. Allow yourself to be the person you were created to be, and surround yourself with those who love you forever and who are really your true love. Scientists have studied those at the end. Scientists have studied those at the end of their lives, and the most common is regret. I wish I had the courage to live a life true to myself, not the life others expected. Although there are many things that have happened, we should always be thankful every day for everything that we have. Think positive. We should aim to be sociable and share our knowledge with others. But is it also important to eat healthy lifestyle? Keep our mind active and learn new things, but also keep physically active through exercising. This is enhancing our mind and body and soul. For a personal perspective, we all have a mind, heart, and a soul. The mind is intelligent but cannot work alone. The soul is peaceful but cannot work alone. And heart is loving. If you combine intelligence and peace together, you get fulfillment. If you link your intelligence and love together, you get harmony. When you link peace and love together, you're prime. However, when you link your mind, heart, soul together, then you can achieve pure happiness. In my opinion, this is the key to happiness and the start of leading a healthy lifestyle. What food should we think to maintain a healthy lifestyle? I'm going to skip a couple of slides because we are running out of the time. So we need to we need to be on a healthy diet. Try to be on 5 portions of fruits, vegetables, less carbs will give us a good healthy lifestyle. I'm going to skip a couple of my slides. I'll go to this one, which is important. According to the Dr. Edison, the doctor of the future will no longer treat the human frame with drugs, but rather will cure and prevent disease with nutrition. It has been stated that the best food for our brain includes almond, walnut, hazelnut, Brazilian nuts, broccoli, blueberries, avocados, sesame seeds, flax seeds, pumpkin seeds. These are all the good stuff which helps our brain. There are many other foods and drinks that have proven to help our well-being. For example, blueberries are viewed as helping our long-term memory. Green vegetables gives us energy. Green tea and peppermint tea helps us concentration. Water helps our cells. Yogurt and mixed nuts calms us down. You can see that there are many more stated on the slides, which I'm not able to show you right now. You can see right now while it's already there. All diets are great as long as they are balanced. So I would like to end up with a couple of quotes. Buddha quoted beautifully, "You yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserves your love and affection." Martin Luther said, "You do not have to see the whole staircase, just take the first step." Thank you very much for listening, and thank you for having me here on this platform. Shukriya and namaste.
Thank you. That was so sweet and a very nice presentation, very well arranged, and in fact, very simple to understand, where I think you covered all the aspects context of how wealthy we are and how wealthy we can become by just knowing the real qualities of life. So from your presentation, it reminds me of my school days where we had the moral science chapters in the books of moral science that talks about the values, that talks about little things about happiness, how to be mindful, what to eat, how we should sleep, what should we drink, how good it is to have a positive attitude and to be optimistic towards life, and the attitude of gratitude, which is an amazing thing. And it reminds me of one of the quotes of Buddha when he was like walking with his disciples, and one of the disciples, he just questioned him that I want happiness, and he remained silent for a while, and he just said, strike the first two words and you will get the happiness. So the I is for the ego and want is for the desire. And if you cut the I and if you cut the wants from your life, all that remains is just happiness. So
agree.
So that planting up of that happiness basically will be starting from your own self. And what a beautiful tips you have given to all our viewers of how to cultivate happiness, which is very important. And I think the well-being part or the wellness part is starting from happiness and ends with the happiness, right?
That is what is it. That's what we say. Health is your wealth. So if you are happy, so how is connected? Health is your wealth, and only the wealth only we can achieve when we are happy. So think about it, how happy we are, then only our hearts are contained, our mind is happy, our soul is happy. And if we are contained, the happiness will be on our doorstep. And that is our wealth. That is a true wealth.
Yeah, we don't need to go to the Himalayas or go for the higher stuff or searching and looking for where everything is. And it's like, it's within me actually. So the whole idea is to explore what is within me and to find the best out of myself. That's really wonderful. So before we wind up, a quick 5 tips from you of how in today's time the children should explore happiness within them, because in today's time we see children to be really very agile and very emotional in many ways. And so what are your best tips that you can give to them?
What I can say, the best tip I can give it to my young generation, to be happy, always smile.
Okay.
Always smile. When you smile, the world will smile at you. And remember, you need to believe in yourself. When you believe in yourself, the world will believe you. How can the world believe you? Because, this, look at your arm. You have your palm. The world can stay in your hand. Seriously, if you believe, everyone will believe you. Do not trust the social media. Do not trust the social media. Why? Because there are a lot of things happening in the social media. There are lots of things going in the social media. And if you are going to keep on trusting everything, we will do something wrong. Remember, you are always loved. You're always loved. So if you want to be loved, so you have to do the right thing. So be ethical, be honest, don't cheat anyone, be the truthful. And one more thing I'll suggest you, be authentic.
Authentic, true.
When you are authentic, then people will know who you are. Don't be like a Shahrukh or Katrina. Don't be like them. You don't want to be with them. You want to be who you are. So be the truthful person. Try to build the bridges between the societies and communities around the world. I'm sure I've counted my 5 or more 5. I can't remember. I just say
definitely. You can count on more than that. Yeah, that's beautiful, in fact. And so we thank you so much, Dr. Parin, for being here. It was wonderful. Please stay around, and we have our future events coming. with us, and we are very shortly celebrating the International Yoga Day special. And you can join us for free global online yoga sessions on 18th June, the 2 p.m. BST. Because the yoga itself is a big festival, we are having another special day for it, which is 25th June, 2 p.m. BST onwards. And further, we have the Guru Purnima special where we'll be paying our obeisance to the gurus and for showing our gratitude towards them, which is on 2nd July 2023. And then we have the Ayurveda special episode, where we'll be talking about the benefits of Ayurveda on the 9th of July 2023, 2 p.m. BST. Followed by our vegan and vegetarian kitchen, where we bring very yummy recipes and tips, achieving good health gastronomically on 16th July 2023, 2 p.m. BST. That was so wonderful. And we request everyone to keep joining us, to keep explore new things, how these kind of integrated systems of health, where there's an aspect of Ayurveda, or there's an aspect of wellness, or there's an aspect of the vegan vegetarian kitchen, everything is interrelated. And that's what Dr. Parin just now told us, that our attitude to gratitude comes from the food, from the sleep, from the lifestyle, from the holistic health. And that was really, really very informative, Dr. Parin. Thank you so much. And we have Archana Sharma from Mumbai with us. Global Namaste, Archana ji.
Namaste. Very good evening to you, respected ma'am.
Good evening to you as well. And I came to know you were right at the wedding, looking very pretty in the pink. And
Thank you. It's my friend's wedding.
Oh, wow, that's lovely. So you must be enjoying and cheering. The wellness is coming from the wedding bells, you know? Okay, the cheering bells. So before I move on to your subject, can you tell us a little bit about the wedding after I introduce you to our audience? So Archana is an actress, model, anchor, philanthropist, motivational speaker, and peace ambassador, crowned the Woman of Substance MWI Beauty Pageant USA, titled Woman of Substance, Lamborghini Group, Italy. Wow. She has featured in music videos, documentaries, game shows, and serials. Archana has conducted TEDx talks, anchored corporate and team events. She is honorary rotatory trustee of Sai Dham 500-bedded cancer hospital. Amazing. Archana is on the mission to eradicate cervical cancer globally till date, imparting education to more than 200,000 plus women. Marvelous. Residing in the rural as well as the urban areas, she has been awarded with more than 300 plus national and international awards for excellence in social selfless service. Wow, that's a big wow, I would say. And
thank you.
You're most welcome. It's your first time at Healing Our Earth, I suppose. And a heartiest welcome from my side as well, and from the whole team of Healing Our Earth. And
thank you.
Before we talk further about you, because there's so much of realm of things you are holding with, so tell us about the wedding and how can we pan the camera for your wedding bells? What is there going on and how things are? Is it possible?
Actually, I left the wedding and I came up to the room.
Okay.
And,
so the bride it's a bride's wedding. You're your bride or bride side or bridegroom side?
On the bridegroom side.
Oh, the bridegroom side. All right. So you'll be taking up the barat and having the bells. So to let our viewers know, the Indian weddings are pretty much cultural. It's very much spiritually linked to the roots, where we have loads of events as well as cultural celebrations, which are not made from today, but from the times to come. Oh, we have our Neil Kumar who has some comments for us. Yes, please, Neil Kumar. Go ahead with your comments.
Thank you, Amrita, all the way there in Dharamshala at the moment. And we moved to Mumbai with Archana. Archana, can you do your instrument on a landscape, please, so we can image like that.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Carry on and let's enjoy the wedding and your session as well. Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Neil. I'm so blessed to have met you in my journey of my life. And I'm so honored to be here with you. I am so thankful to you for considering me to talk on a subject which is very, very close to my heart.
That's interesting. So apart from the wedding bells, you have to give wellness, because wedding itself is a time of wellness, I suppose, where people getting ready and dressing up, and then meeting your friends and having relationship, as Dr. Parin just mentioned, meet your friends and families and cheer up. And I think
we were all dancing right now. In midst of the dance, I just moved out. So they said, wondering where this lady's gone.
Yes, the Indian Bollywood
all
music
dancing in a way.
World over, I think, and the bells and the jingles of that with amazing things and jewelry makes an add glitter to that. Okay, so which music you were dancing on?
We were dancing on a Gujarati music.
On a Gujarati music, right?
It was something similar to Garba.
Garba, yes. To let our viewers know, the weddings are pretty different in India because every culture has its own integration and a lot of other things which are related with the aspects of music, culture, dance, spirituality, their rituals and everything. And it's pretty exotic to see even a simple wedding in a marvelous way. So yes, over to you, please.
Okay. Hi. I'm going to talk on a subject which is very, very clear. Everybody, I'm really honored to Mr. Neil for having me here. And I would like to talk about a topic that, we often overlook. And, we take it as a stigma, because I feel menstruation is a natural and essential part of a woman's life. And why do we take it as, a taboo? We think it is like, something, a curse for a woman, and she's not supposed to talk about it, and she's not supposed to be having a healthy hygiene. But why don't we remember that the universe is created by the womb of the mother? And when the womb is healthy, the universe is healthy. The baby is healthy. Happiness is everywhere around. So why are we saying that, no, I don't want to talk about menstrual, please. It's too, a closed door subject. No, it's not. It's time that we vocal ourselves. We create awareness about it, because it's very important that, we create an environment where every woman can manage her period with respect, dignity, and comfort, and ultimately a good health. And, I always believe that menstrual hygiene is very vital for overall health and well-being of a woman, because proper hair hygiene practices during menstruation can reduce a lot of, urinary tracts infection. It could also reduce the infection of the womb, and, it could lead to a lot of good sanitary hygiene, where she can actually feel comfortable, feel happy about what she is doing, and we can also minimize the infections that we can incur in the woman's womb. So I feel that, human being, that we express ourselves 5 minutes. Yeah. We can express ourselves as a part of this universe and be a part of the system and create a lot of awareness where, we can have a lot of women who can be saved from death of cervical cancer. Because today cervical cancer is on a very high scale than breast cancer. And we always talk about women as a symbol of power, a symbol of strength. And I believe her menstrual hygiene plays a very significant role in ensuring girls and women participate in their education in society. They participate in lot of awareness programs so that, we can actually give them a well-being of the womb. Because womb is very, very important for the woman itself and for the child who's coming into this universe, and also for the good health of the nation. Because when the nation's child is healthy, we can think about a healthy world. We can think about a healthy planet. And we always talk, why so many diseases are erupting, but we don't realize that we are not nurturing the roots. We're just surfacing the surface. That's not important. We have to nurture the roots, and the roots can be nurtured only through imparting education on menstrual hygiene. And I have seen, there are a lot of lack of proper sanitations, pads, sanitation, toilets are not there, proper hygienic sanitary pads are not there. A lot of people cannot afford sanitary napkins. So I think every woman has a right to bleed with respect and dignity. And I feel that, it's time that we break the stigma and we talk about a healthy womb, healthy nation, because that's my mission in this world, where I'm working from 1993 on healthy womb, healthy nation. And I think if we can globally unite and we can embrace the woman with love and care and tell her, yes, we value your womb, and we would always want you to be taking care of your well-being of the womb. We all take care about our mind, we take care about our body, but we forget that something is a womb which is also asking for the well-being. So I would request everyone to join my mission, which is I'm doing in India, a 500 cancer bed hospital. It's going to be free for any woman from whichever ward she comes across to my hospital. And she has a womb injuries. Her womb needs to be nurtured. Her womb needs to be taken care. We can all unite and we can proudly say, yes, we can eradicate cervical cancer. So that's what I feel is subject very close to my heart. That's the well-being for me of a womb of a woman.
True. This is such an important subject, and I would like to congratulate you personally for that, because
thank you.
I think in India and many of the countries world over, the woman must be acknowledged about this thing, and even the men should be acknowledged about this thing, what a woman is holding and what kind of things she is moving into. It reminds me of my days of my practice when women keep crying at the corners of the OPDs, and the men are just, she's pregnant again and again, her menstrual cycles are away, or she is completely bleeding very heavily. And this kind of education on the basis of menstrual hygiene, as well as the menstrual care on those days, is so very important. So apart from
I also believe, that the boys should also be educated on the root level of the education of this journey of schooling. Because, when you teach your child to pay respect to your parents, you have to teach the child to pay respect to a woman's womb.
True.
Because she is the one who gives birth to the universe.
True.
So I think education plays a very vital role at the root level, not when they have come up, when they're adolescent or when they are entering the teenage. It should come from the very basic level, I believe in that.
I 100% agree with you, because it's not just a woman's affair to have all these stuff of problems, and where we see in the rural areas where she has to work so much, it doesn't matter whether she's having menstrual cramps, she's having headaches, or she's undergoing an emotional turmoil. Even very lately, I think in Government of India, they were planning to have a leave that a lady can take during her menstrual cycle, because of the emotional stuff and the physical torture she's having at that time by herself, due to the stuff of stress that she has. And the menstrual hygiene particularly has played up a very important role, and education is still very much required. Very lately, we see in the televisions and the radios that we have an advertisement of a sanitary pad coming up. So, which is too late for us now, but still, it's a way to go more better for a betterment of the society and for the betterment of a girl child who will be the future woman in the future, actually. So these kind of basic tips of how to take care of your menstrual days, how to be aware about that, what are hygienic things you must
Yeah.
take care of actually, and how many times you need to change your pads, what all conditions are important for you. Because with that hygiene, it's not just the menstruation that is affecting, but a lot of things are getting affected. Means your urinary tract problems, or your
Yes.
vaginal problems, or the other kind of emotional stuff that tricks you in with the menstrual the menstrual type of quality that you have. So the,
Yes.
the girl basically, every time it's in her mind that yes, I'm going to have my period, so I need to be careful with. And there are a lot of taboos. So what have you to talk on the taboos that people hold in the rural areas? Like in the older times, we were saying that we are not allowed to go to the kitchen, you cannot go to the temple, you cannot use a pad, you should have just a cloth that should be washed. And there's so many taboos in different cultures. What's your take on that?
Basically, I work more in the rural sectors. And in rural sector, first is the financial criteria, which doesn't allow them to have a healthy bleeding because they cannot afford sanitary napkins. So I think if NGOs and other organizations can, focus then on the rural sector, providing them with free sanitary napkins, giving them education on what is the meaning of these 5 days, which are so important for her hygiene. And I think the rural sector is lacking is the motivational hand of the people, because we are so close to the urban areas. So we are so close to the people in this urban areas. We do not want to focus on the rural areas because we feel that their lives are not worth to us. But we forget that 80% in people in India are in rural areas. So I think I would request all the NGOs, all the social organizations, the CSR companies who are doing wonderful CSR in healthcare of women and child welfare, and even the different organizations, the government bodies, if they can join hands together with all these organizations and create rural empowerment on menstrual hygiene. I think that's where we will win the battle of reducing the cervix cancer.
That's
and also I feel that it's very important that we become more vocal on the subject. We are like too conservative even now. Even if you have to talk about the subject, people think, oh my god, why menstrual hygiene? But do we not realize that menstrual hygiene is an important aspect of woman's life? She's creating a birth to a nation. So I feel that, if globally we can vocal ourselves on social platforms, we can vocal ourselves through our actions of just educating our own domestic people who are working in a house. And I think we can win this battle globally, and we can proudly make this universe and give a gift to the future girl who's coming into this generation, a healthy womb, healthy nation.
Healthy womb,
and a healthy life.
Yeah,
And a healthy life.
Healthy life. Yes, that's
Yeah.
really nice. And just to add on to that, this is an important aspect which I think education of a girl should be started from the very school age, where she must feel confident about her menstruation rather than hiding herself into the corner of a room.
Absolutely.
To just think where I've landed into and what is happening with me, but to raise up and stand up with confidence that whatever is with her is a blessing of God to her, actually. So that's really very good. And we have Seema ji, we have Shilpa ji, we have Dr. Parin. If you have any comments, Global Namaste, Seema ji.
Very
Good
warm
to
global
see you.
namaste, Amrita ji and Archana ji. What an interesting conversation,
Yeah,
thank you. Namaste.
Archana ji, I'm truly very inspired by what you just shared. And your work is you're doing a great job. It's not easy what you've taken on upon yourself. It's not.
I also do face a lot of challenges being a woman, and the people tell me that you're talking on a subject which is too close door. But I think
Oh, I think we've
Yeah, I
lost
think
her.
her bandwidth is low. Yeah.
Her bandwidth is
So,
low.
Seema ji, what's your comment on that actually? Tell
I
me.
think, it's very inspiring. On one hand, you have all this stigma against menstruating women, and I'm going to speak of India itself, but I can say the same for some parts of Africa as well. As you know, I'm from Africa and many other parts of the world, Indonesia, etc. But on the other hand, we have the Devi, the embodiment of Shakti, who we worship in India.
We have Anil Kumar over here for our comments. Just a second. Yes, Anil Kumar.
Amrita, thank you very much. Seema, welcome. We have been missing you for a while and you are back again. You, of course, are our kitchen episode of producer and Ayurveda team. Archana, you are now live there. We will let you go to your wedding now because your internet is breaking. Archana, thank you very much. At this point, we will bring you back when you've got stable internet, sometimes in other episode. Archana, thank you very much. And a happy wedding there in Mumbai. We'll let Archana go because she needs to go to the wedding. So, Amrita, Seema, what a wonderful session we've been having so far, bringing tips of well-being and wellness to people so far. And it's so nice that we are able to continue with this. Seema, Amrita, carry on. It's all yours. And Seema, your first guest, Shilpa Karia in Mumbai, will be ready as well. So just before that, Amrita, carry on with Seema.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. So as I was saying, I said, what Archana ji is doing, it's not easy. It's a task, and she's taken on a global mission. But having said that, I mean, you have this stigma on one hand in India, especially in the rural areas more so, as you know, that your period is dirty, you're unclean, you can't go into the kitchen. Some parts of India might confine a woman to one bedroom itself, and she'll be given her food outside the door, etc., etc. There's and a lot of this stigma carries into our modern world as well as tradition, which is wrong. It should not be done, because as Archana ji said, is that your womb is the giver of birth. Yeah, and your period blood is what makes your children really in reality. And then on the other hand, you have India, I'm not demeaning anybody or anything, where we have a beautiful temple known as Kamakhya Devi.
Kamakhya Devi, yes.
Very powerful. I think it's in Assam. And she bleeds. The Devi bleeds once a year, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And that blood, or that water that is considered the Devi's bleeding blood, is considered sacred. Why? Why is it condemned here, but then it's not condemned there? Where are the double standards? And why are they there? This is my question. It's very interesting, so this awareness is very much needed.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
And not only in India, Amrita ji, in many parts of
I understand that. Yes. In many parts of the world where women are still struggling with all that stuff. So what to talk about ambitions and what to talk about their aims and their professional stuff. I find there's so many women and girls especially who are struggling with that, because especially at the time when the menstruation starts, menarche age, that age, this is a very emotionally turmoiling stage where a girl thinks what's happening with her, and there's something which is different.
She's transitioning into womanhood. Her body is changing. There's so much happening. Now, I have to share something with you, talking about, double standards. My father was a doctor of medicine, my late father. Okay, general practitioner. My mother was a graduate of political science, but yet I was not allowed into the temple at home. The first 3 days, my mom said, I'm going to say it in my own language and I'll translate it for all of you who don't understand. Mandir ch nahi jana. Mandir ch nahi jana. Achar nu hath nahi lagana. So you can't go into the temple. You can't touch pickle. For some odd reason, there's this belief that if you touch pickle, if you're a menstruating woman, your pickle goes bad.
True.
You know, and that's, I'm sorry, I have two daughters and they touched the pickle jar. When nothing happens.
Even I did specifically because these are the common myths which are traveling
Yes.
everywhere. And I thought, like, let me just touch it and see what happens, but nothing happened.
But you're not allowed into the temple, but then you have a devi who bleeds.
Seriously, yes.
You see, so all these controversies. So where these myths, where these taboos have come from, I'd like to know why they came into being, who birthed them. You know, was it the ancient sages for some odd reason? Now, to the best of my knowledge, what I've been told, okay, is when I have questioned aunties and my mom's friends, etc. They said, actually, your time of menstruation is a gift from God. It's because, you know, you're losing blood and your energy levels are low and your prana is low.
True.
Generally, now you would know that being an Ayurvedic physician.
True.
Because your prana is low, it is your time to rest.
Exactly.
It is a gift from the universe. Now that's wonderful. Now, had that myth been translated into this in this way, it would have been so much better. We have Mr. Neil Kumar again.
Yes, we have
so Seema, you mentioned about the stigma that why they were not allowed to touch and everything. In all fairness, when women were menstruating and in the olden days, it was also to protect them from getting alleviation to some of their health, so that on the first and second day or third day, when they are losing a lot of blood and something, they don't have to do heavy work. If they're not feeling well, they don't have to do a lot of things. So I think we had a mixture. First, it was good, but announcing to the world that the person is on a period, I think was not nice. But giving them a break for first, second, and maybe the third day, maybe it was good, not burdening them with heavy duty work, kitchen work, or things like that. As regards to the achar, then I think that's slightly unfair because all the women love the achars. Over to all of you. Amrita, introduce our host and we move on to our next guest.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Kumar. Now, before we move on to our next guest, Amrita ji, I'd like to celebrate you as a woman.
Thank
you. You are a wonderful, highly qualified Ayurvedic physician and a lifestyle counselor, a well-being consultant, and this is something I learned today, a holistic healer with a master's in herbal pharmacology. And you hold a business administration degree in human resources. What a talented lady you are. Now, life sciences, yoga, environmental sciences, this is a cocktail combo that you bring into well-being with people. This is very unique and very, very inspiring indeed. Thank you so much. You have published several articles on holistic health. You're passionate about the environment, and you're a social worker along the avenue of women's empowerment. And you celebrate women's empowerment through the medium of medical camps, community service, radios, and shows. I celebrate you, Amrita ji, and I want to thank you. Now, I know you're going to be logging off just for a little while, and you're going to be joining us again.
Sure. Before I hand over the stage to you, actually, the platform, I'd like to have your introduction to our viewers. So Seema was born and raised in Nairobi, Kenya, and her culinary interests developed at early age, founded on a family food business using secret skills handed down from grandmother to granddaughter with the belief that you are what you eat. And she draws from the ancient practices of Ayurveda and man wisdom, curating healing spice blends, which I have seen already with your episodes and so many things, immunity enhancing yoga teas, self-care prescriptions, and well-being foods. So this is such a big gift to everyone. And she is a qualified breath, water, and sound teacher with the art of living. Her intertwine of health, diet, breath work, meditation, and self-care prescriptions nourishes the body, mind, and soul. And she's passionate about music and dance and enjoys, and she is our regular host and the producer of kitchen episode at Healing Our Earth. So I am also privileged to have your introduction now. So over to you, Seema ji. Thank you very much. And a global namaste to Shilpa ji as well. Most welcome. Thank you. So all yours, Seema ji.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Amrita
Thank
ji.
you.
Shilpa ji, a very warm global namaste. As I celebrate women on this episode, even though it's not women's empowerment, I think we women have so much to offer the world. And you, being a woman, you have so much to offer. And you give the world a brain workout for all ages. How wonderful that is. Shilpa ji, I'd like to say a few more words about you. You're a licensed clinical psychologist and the founder of BeFit, which is a reputable brain training and social emotional learning center. With your team, you design and develop brain games and brain training programs that enhance cognitive skills and promote social and emotional well-being. You have a strong background as a special educator and counselor in various schools. And this has provided you with insights into the needs and challenges faced by students, teachers, and parents. How wonderful is that? Your expertise and passion for helping others make you a valuable contributor to discussions on health and wellness, particularly in the areas of brain training and social and emotional learning. Welcome, a very warm global namaste to you, Shilpa ji. How are you today?
Thank you very much. A global namaste to all. And I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very well. We're having a bit of a heat wave here in the UK. It's been very hot. So if you can see, I'm keeping myself, and my message to all of you out there is to stay very, very well hydrated. It is warm right now. And it reminds me very much of my days in Mumbai. And if I may ask, are you Mumbai based?
Yes, I am.
I thought as much. Yes.
Pretty warm and hot here too. It's been quite, and I think yesterday was one of the hottest days in Mumbai.
Oh Lord, yes, must have been. I lived in Mumbai for 3 years, so I know what it's like. I would actually stay indoors during the heat and just wait for the evenings to come in, and then I would head out with the cool breezes. Shilpa ji, you have so much to offer everyone. Tell us, there's so much talk going around about the impact of brain function on memory, attention, on thinking, language skills. So when we talk about, brain gym or giving your brain a workout, for example, do you think we've been doing this over the years as we've been growing up with puzzles, games like Sudoku, chess, bridge, Scrabble, etc.?
Yeah, as you rightly said that, it's so important to have a workout, a brain workout. So earlier it was a thing that, physical fitness is more important. So mental fitness was not given that kind of importance for people, because it was always understood that mental fitness is only when there are certain problems or there are certain difficulties that you really need to do some kind of a mental, people with problems have to do mental workout, but didn't have that kind of an understanding that mental workout is for everyone and, one and all, for all ages. So that is the first part of it. And yes, definitely, mental workout like puzzles and Sudoku and all that do help. But to get to the core skills, it needs a little more kind of training for the brain, for the skills, the cognitive skills, like your memory, attention building, processing speed, we can say visual and auditory skills. So all these skills need more than just the puzzle or the Sudoku. So that's what I would say. So today we can try out a few exercises with us. I'll try and bring in some things that can help while just sitting at home and while just doing some thinking at home, which helps in brain training.
May I ask you something? Is this the left brain and right brain exercises that you're going to be showing us?
Actually, to tell you the fact is, there is no such thing as left brain, right brain. We use the entire brain for any kind of learning, any kind of activity that we do. Even for the smallest thing, like the way we are just speaking, it is not about the left brain or the right brain. We have to use all the neuronal connections in our brain for anything that we do.
So how do we give our brain that workout?
Yeah, so to start off with, let me say that, let me start with one small activity. So should just start off with one activity. So here, let's begin my session with saying that, I'm going to read your mind, okay? Now, what I want you to do is, I want all of you all who are watching this session to look at the cross and focus on it. And now, if I tell you all, okay, you all have to focus on it and think of a red triangle. Now, when I say red triangle, how many of you all have thought about this one as a red triangle? Simaji, did you think of this as a red triangle? Yes. Okay. So there are many other triangles could you thought of, like this one or more of, more red triangles like these. But our brain is trained to think of in a certain way. So when we say, like when I said a red triangle, it always came as a straight rectangle. So our brain is compared to a muscle, because like a muscle, it can be strengthened and developed through exercise. When we engage in mental activities such as learning, problem solving, critical thinking, so our neuronal connections improve through those cognitive abilities. Just like our physical exercises improves, because of exercises that we do, our brain also has muscles that can be improved with our cognitive abilities. So now, by just sitting there, now we can do another brain activity, like, using your hands. Like supposing if I'm saying that you can put one hand on your head and one on your chest, nose. So here, or maybe, you can one hand, the left hand can be just tapping and the other hand is moving in a circular way. So when you have to do two different activities, so the different neuronal connections in the brain have to be alert, you have to pay attention to it, you have to tell your mind that, one has to be tapping, the other has to be, moving in a certain directions. So these are small different kinds of activities. Even sitting on a seat, anybody who is, want to just give a stimulation for a few seconds during, sitting and doing it, it will definitely help the brain to stimulate the neuronal connections, which help in a new activity. Now, if I may say that I want to give you all a puzzle or, giving you all a brain a workout. So here I've got a puzzle or an coding that needs to be, decoded from here. So I have a lock which has a treasure in it, okay? So this is a lock that needs to be coded and you need to crack the code, right? So now if we need to crack this code, I have 3 clues for that. So the clues are: 1, which has the numbers on this wheel, which has pictures around it, right? So there are numbers written in a random way with some pictures. Second clue is where the beads are put on a thread. And the third clue is this clock, which the time has just stopped. So these are the 3 clues which I may give to crack the code to open the treasure chest. Now, what am I doing here? I want y'all to think and look at and use your logical skills, your creativity, your thinking skills to come back with a code that can unlock or crack the code that can help you think on that. So I'm going to let you all think about that and move on to another important skill of the brain, which is very necessary. So what is spatial skills? Now, spatial awareness is how we understand the space around us. It's important in our day-to-day lives. Why? Because it helps us to navigate, it helps us in judging the distance, it helps us to interact with the objects and people, it helps us in driving, in reading maps, and a lot of problem solving and coordinating our movements also. So now to think how important spatial skills are in our lives, I'm going to show you a small activity which you can just see. And here also you need to pay attention and see that how the track of that goes and leads us. The train going towards the treasure leads us to the treasure, the train that is going. So pay attention to this and see how we can lead that to the treasure. So let's see this one. So look at the track carefully. So pay attention to this one. So now there was a train that moved in a particular track, right? I'm going to give you all 3 options, okay? 4 options in which where you have the routes put on the here. So here, was it a track that went, was it the route it took A, was it B, was it C, or was it D? So because it was moving pretty fast, and this is where it tells us about our spatial skills. How fast this route has moved, the train has moved to going towards the track. So this helps in navigating skills, in our directions. So to know what the direction the route went in. So if you have said that it has moved through the sea, then it would have been the right answer because it moved first front and then moved left and going upwards. So now, so that is such an important thing in our lives. So there are many skills like that. Like you said, that memory also was an important skill where, you know, in our day-to-day lives, we use our memory skills, and which helps us in storage, helps us in remembering things. It's important in our day-to-day life because it helps us learn, solve problems. So without memory, they would not be, you know, we would not be able to work, and improving this memory helps us in a lot of things. So the power of memory is in how do we help our cognitive skills improve by adding, you know, making our memory a better thing. So here are some mental exercises that I would like to bring about. Now here in these slides, those who are watching, I will give you all a few seconds to watch that slide and see what are the things, objects on that slide. Now looking at that object, you need to remember them well so that when I bring the next slide, I want to see which are the objects that could have been there in the first one, and only some of them are there in the second one. So now I'm giving you a few seconds to look at these carefully and try and remember as many as you can. Now tell me, could we see a few which were there in the previous slide that came onto this slide? Like any one or two which were there on the previous one and is there in this one. So if I could say that, can I show you one, for example, that we had the crane that was there, which is here on this slide, the one that is at the bottom. Then there was also a red cone that is there on the top, that was there. And there was this yellow van that was there on the previous slide. The ambulance was there on the previous slide. Then also the bench, the yellow hat, the bench with the lights. So these were some of the objects that were there on the previous slide. And the whole theme is about this carnival. And the previous theme was on the construction one. Now here, if I may say now, if you can look at these objects and see what you have in the next picture. Some of them will be here in the next picture. So what do you think was there and is there in this picture as well? So you can see that the drum was there in the previous one, which is here. Then the playing cards, which was there. And also there was this black hat, the clown hat, and also the black hat, which was there. So these are some of the objects that were there. Now this whole theme is on the musical instruments. Now, if I move on to the next one, from the previous one, what is it that you could remember and bring them here? Is it the playing cards? Could you remember the playing cards that were there previously? Then there was a lollipop that was there previously. On the previous slide, there was the pineapple that was there. So memory is such an important part. So this is also about short-term memory, where we look at it for a few seconds and we have to recall it immediately in the next few seconds. Now, supposing if we've met someone and, we tend to forget names, we tend to forget, what was discussed with them or how things work. So these are the things like, we, through the cognitive skill development, through the cognitive areas, we always build those skills by enhancing these cognitive skills. So now, coming to the fact where we left the logical, the coding part of it. Now, do you remember that we were going to use our these clues to come and crack the code? So if you think that this watch has the numbers and maybe your answer could be 3738 or 837, no, that's not the right answer. So you can keep thinking, keep thinking how you could bring about those logic skills and thinking skills to decode your activity, this code. Now, let me ask you one thing, Seemaji. Does it always happen that many times we try and, postpone things, postpone our assignments to the last minute? We get distracted for non-essential activities. We always wait for a perfect moment to start working on something. Yeah, so all these things, even if one of them, if we feel that, yes, sometimes I do tend to, put things for the last minute, like for today, I was like, okay, I can do it, but, still I was juggling with this at the last minute, So we do procrastinate, we do, these things that keep moving and pushing it to the last moment. Now, to look at that, we do have an activity for that. So here, if I may say, there is this box, okay, where there are these yellow dots. Okay, these yellow dots are going to be moving from left, up, right, anywhere. It can move up, it can move down, it can move left, it can move right. What I want you to do is just see where it moves, and we call out those areas that it's moving in, like it's moving for 2 spaces. So from the left, it moved to top, and then to the left, right, from right, it moved top, and then to the left. Now, what I want you to do is, we are going to call out 2 spaces backwards that it had moved. Now, supposing it was for the 2 spaces backward, it was on the right? It was first from the left, it was top, and then the one, it was on the right side. Now, let's make this a little more faster, and let's see if we are able to call out the direction the dot has moved 2 spaces backwards. Yeah, so it's going to move, and you can keep calling out in which place the dot has moved 2 spaces backwards. So let's try it and see what it feels like. So you can see that it's moving pretty fast, right? Is it difficult to track that? Yeah, it is quite difficult to track when, so people do procrastinate, and people procrastinate because they drive to delay irrationally stronger than their drive to act. So what happens is, when the act of delaying an action has great connections to the brain, because our frontal lobe, that is the lobe where we have the executive functions and decision-making skills, and those tendency to procrastinate always happens because sometimes there are many factors that can bring to procrastination. Some may be fear, some may be things that may not be perfection. So that's why we don't want to do it, because it may not work up to that particular perfectionist way that it happens, and it may not work to the way we want it. So there are many fears and ways in which it can, why we procrastinate. So there are simple techniques that can help us. Just to give you 1 or 2 techniques as how we can try and avoid procrastination. One is time management. One is being more motivated towards doing an activity. Another one is to break the activity into smaller parts, so that we don't want to do something that, looks like a big picture and a bigger activity and those things. So sometimes you can always reward yourself for doing an activity, treat yourself. And that's how that can become more motivating and become more focused during that activity. So these are some of the things where our brain is, helping us. So these are the core brain skills that I would say are the cognitive skills that help in building your memory, your logic and reasoning, your attention span, your processing speed, visual perception, auditory skills. These are our core cognitive abilities that help in building overall brain development. So as you said, Seemaji, that, just doing puzzles, yes, definitely that builds one area of our brain. But to have the neuronal connections or the brain to be functional in all areas, we need all the skills to be working at the same time, doing it at the same, building them. So how can these skills be trained, or how can we do them as a regular kind of thing? It is very important that we spend, like how we spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes on our physical activity. It is important to spend on cognitive skills also, on brain training also. So to build these neuronal connections, which is called neuroplasticity, or the organization of our brain neuronal connections. So to do anything new, try out new activities, to try out something that we don't do on a regular basis, brushing with your left hand if you are, right-handed, or doing things like, taking a new route to go to your regular office, or, doing at your workplace. So anything new, anything challenging. So keep challenging your brain. That is how the neuronal connections keep building, keep, developing. So building neuronal connections always help the brain to connect, and that's what builds the enhancing their abilities. So creativity can be developed, our language can become better, we become more self-confident, our attention span is built, and also helps in memory skills. So these are the things which can be done for all ages. It need not be that we start from 2 years onwards and it can go on till 108 years. So it is not that the brain development or your IQ is at one particular level. It keeps on moving, like what we were when we were children is now developed, or our IQs have improved. So there is no such thing as one IQ staying throughout your life. So that is something that we are talking about. Now, I know everyone will be inquisitive as to know what the answer is, or what the code for this would be. So these were your 3 clues where I had given them. So this clock was a big distraction also. It was not one of the clues because the numbers are there. Our clue was where these beads, which are, colors. So these are your primary colors, your blue, yellow, and green. So blue matched with red makes it purple, and your yellow matched with blue makes it green, and your red matched with yellow makes it orange. So numbers of your purple, green, and orange, which is there on the wheel, like purple was 7, and your green color is 1, and your orange color is 9. So your code for that is 719. So this is what, thinking in different creative ways, thinking in doing different things in a different way always helps build cognitive skills.
That's marvelous.
So yes, if back to Seema ji.
Absolutely marvelous, Shilpa ji. I loved it. I would have never thought about that. And it's so interesting how we can actually challenge
Yes,
our
Seema ji,
brain.
do we have any questions from?
Do we have any questions from our speakers? If we have just about a minute or so before we move on to Dr. Batra.
Sorry, I'm not able to hear you, Seema ji.
I said we have just a few minutes before we move on to Dr. Batra. So I'd like to ask, do we have any questions from our audience? And we have Dr. Batra with us. But before I move on to Dr. Batra, I have a question, and that is emotional brain training. Yeah, and a lot of people talk about emotional brain training to combat stress, and they say it's based on the neuroscience of sleep. Can you give us just a very quick insight into your views on emotional brain training for sleep? Because insomnia is a huge issue these days.
So emotional, see, it's very important to understand emotions. It's very important to know how emotions work with the person. And that always helps our brain to be activated accordingly, helps in brain development. And definitely when emotions are disturbed, when things, we feel emotionally, sometimes down, sometimes it always affects our sleep pattern. It affects the ways in which, it disturbs us in many ways. So to know how to work towards emotions, understand emotions, so that is a completely different kind of a thing where we have to understand it better to work towards it. So it will always help anyone for any kind of learning to be emotionally secure, understand or organize your emotions well.
Wonderful, Shilpa ji.
And be aware of one's emotion is a very important part.
I think we need to have you on again for a whole new session to discuss the emotional side of things. You have so much insight and so much inspiration to share with us. I want to thank you so much on behalf of our whole team here at Healing Our Earth for joining us today. And what you've shared is very valuable. Thank you so, so much. Stay safe, stay well, stay blessed. And now we have with us, all the way from India, a very special man, Dr. Mukesh Batra. A very warm global namaste, Dr. Batra. I'd like to introduce you. And of course, you are synonymous with homeopathy. And you are the man behind the brand, Dr. Mukesh Batra. And you're world renowned. You're a homeopath of international repute. And it gives us great pride here at Healing Our Earth to have you and all of our guests who have joined today with us. You're a pioneering entrepreneur who has revolutionized homeopathy across the world over the past 40 years. Dr. Batra, you're the founder and chairman and the managing director of the Batra Group of Companies, which encompasses the world's largest chain of homeopathic clinics. Yes, you heard it right, the world's largest chain of homeopathic clinics, daycare and aesthetic centers as well, and of course, health and wellness products. Dr. Batra has ventured beyond all borders and has played a stellar role in legalizing homeopathy in Mauritius. In the Middle East, he has succeeded in establishing the first ever corporate homeopathic clinic in Oman. And in England, Dr. Batra's clinic is the only homeopathic clinic, healthcare corporate, to find a spot in the sacred hub of medical excellence, Harley Street of London. Once again, a very warm global namaste to you, Dr. Batra. I've been so excited to host you today. It's such a great honor and privilege to have you with us, and I am beginning to believe more and more in homeopathy on a day-to-day basis. I'm an allopathic doctor's daughter, but I have to say that some of the homeopathic remedies that I have experimented with have had superb results. Now, I before we dive into your chat, I do want to mention to our viewers that Dr. Batra is truly a very special man. In 2012, he received the Padma Shri Award. Am I right? Yes, and he had the world's first branded homeopathic clinic in 1982. And you are such a pioneer, Dr. Batra. You introduced blister packaging into the world of homeopathy. And when was that, may I ask?
1982.
1982 itself. Wow, that was a special year. And you also were covered, there was a movie made on you by the Mauritius Broadcasting Corporation. Tell us more about that and how it must have felt to have such a great honor. I mean, you have so many accolades. How did that feel?
Well, global namaste to everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. And thank you, Seema, for hosting me tonight. Well, it's probably afternoon in England, but it's night over here in India, where I'm based presently. Thank you for this opportunity. And yes, I kind of legalized homeopathy in Mauritius, but it was not very easy because when I went there to start a clinic and I invited the vice president of the country, and he actually shouted at me and said that homeopathy is not legalized, and if you start homeopathy here, I'll put you behind bars. And and then of course I had to work very hard to actually go almost every weekend, fly down to Mauritius, sit outside the health minister, and actually got the opportunity to then to treat the president, vice president, and the prime minister, and then kind of make them experience the benefit of homeopathy. And after that, 6 months later, there's a bill was passed in Parliament and to make homeopathy legal, and that's how we opened our first clinic over there. So yes, it was a lot of excitement going there, and then of course because I brought in a non-violent and a new system of medicine, homeopathy, into Mauritius. So the Mauritius Broadcasting Corporation sent a team of people and made a kind of a TV serial in 2 parts on my life, and that was fun, and it was quite exciting to finally get recognition for all the hard work that you did.
Well, you certainly have worked very hard, and we see your wings have spread in several areas across the world. I'd love to ask you, what drives you? What keeps you going? I mean, you're such a great entrepreneur, so we have so much to learn from you.
So I always say that there are 2 P's, which I think are very important for anybody, not just an entrepreneur, but anybody else who's a professional or even a person in normal living. And I call these 2 P's, mention them as passion. There's perseverance with passion, and the other one is that when passion is mixed with purpose, then that becomes a driving force. So lots of people have passion, but then they don't have a purpose. And I always believe that I have a purpose in life. I have a purpose to take an alternative system of medicine to the world. I believe that very passionately that even animals should have the right to have homeopathic medicines. So in veterinary medicine as well, I have introduced homeopathy because I don't believe that just because animals don't have a voice, therefore they should be injected and they should be treated cruelly with harsh medication. They also deserve homeopathy, which are just small, so small, white, easy pills for them to take, and they all love it. They love, eating out of your hand, literally. So I believe that, when there's a purpose and with passion, you then ultimately get where you want to be. And it's really the purpose behind the passion which drives me. So, I mean, even at 72 now, I'm very active, and I travel a great deal, and wherever I get an opportunity to talk and to address people on homeopathy and on my system of medicine and our system of medicine, I'm very happy to do that.
So, in effect, how can one actually achieve optimum wellness through homeopathy?
So that's a very good question, and what I'd like to answer that is in different parts. And I think what I'd like to do is really to compare homeopathy and wellness. The concept of homeopathy and the theory of homeopathy together with the modern theory of wellness. And I want to take you back to let you know that, the homeopathy part, the way it thought of wellness, was something that it thought of something like which was 250 years ago. And there are so many kind of guiding symptoms which Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, the German doctor, MD doctor, who founded homeopathy, brought about at that time. And now today they are all being talked about as common things with modern medicine. So let me highlight just a few. The first is homeopathy was actually the beginning of holistic medicine. Today we all talk about holistic medicine. Homeopathy actually built mind and body medicine much before it became fashionable. And like I said, that was almost 250 years ago. So today we talk about psychosomatic disorders, but Hahnemann thought about psychosomatic disorders many hundreds of years ago. And there are examples, for example, of a child who had severe asthma every time the father went abroad for a job. So because of emotional separation and isolation, asthma would precipitate. And the homeopathic medicine, magnesium carb, helped that child to actually overcome their asthma. So homeopathy is actually mind and body medicine, and it puts both together. So you don't need a separate medicine for an anti-anxiety pill and something else for a physical problem. I'm saying we all know, for example, that skin allergies, eczemas, dermatitis, as we call them now, lots of them are stress related, including psoriasis, and also, respiratory ailments. Also, lots of them are actually anxiety related, and they get precipitated by it, including backaches. So this whole combination of mind and body and the association of both together and treating them as one unit rather than as separate units is what is the fundamental homeopathic principle of wellness. So this is the first point. The second thing was that during Hahnemann's time, when he founded homeopathy, mental health was very badly viewed. It was believed that people had mental health problems because a spirit had got into their body, and therefore they were flogged, often to death. It was believed that lots of diseases that happened because of bad blood, and therefore there was venesection. So veins were cut, and people were allowed to bleed, sometimes to death again. And this was the pre-antibiotic era. And then again, even today we see in some Indian villages, I see some patients who come with branding. So a hot iron is kind of burnt and then put on an arthritis on a joint, which causes pain. And the belief is that the greater pain will then eliminate the smaller pain. And we still find branding marks today, even in India in some villages. So it was very very kind of barbaric methods of treatment that were there during that time, especially for mental health patients. So Hahnemann was the first person who called and coined homeopathy as humane medicine, because he believed that we should treat them with love, we should treat them with care, and we should treat them as normal human beings, who have a kind of a problem. So just like any other problem, even mental health should be something like how we treat a physical problem. We should also treat mental health the same way. We don't need to actually flog people. We don't need to think that there's a spirit in the body. So all this were also changes that he brought about, and that's why homeopathy was then called humane health and humane medicine. And this is again the way today wellness is going. The other thing is, the third point that I'd like to make is about immunity. It's now become a buzzword, especially after COVID. We're talking about, the vaccination therapy is actually based on the homeopathic principle of like cures like. So you introduce in the body a small problem, and then in the body, a virus or something like that in small quantities, and the body creates antibodies against it, and you then get natural immunity. This is exactly the principle of homeopathy. And this was found again more than 250 years ago. So immunity building, which is a buzzword today in wellness, is also something that dates back into the principle of homeopathy, a few hundred years ago. Then the other problem, of course, is, we talk about bespoke medicine. Homeopathy is bespoke medicine. You get individualized drugs for individualized patients. So just to give an example, for example, if a patient has a headache, then depending on the kind of headache, which side it is, whether it's throbbing, whether it's pulsating, whether it's with nausea, whether it's with vomiting, the choice of homeopathic medicine would be different for different people. So just any one disorder, for example, almost has 98,000 permutations and combinations, and you have to find out the right remedy for that individual, for that patient. So it's bespoke medicine. And today we are talking about, targeted, medicines. We are talking about, very, very specific medicines for people. But personalized medicine is part of the homeopathic principle. And this is, again, much ahead of what, the wellness trends are happening today. The last 2 points that I'd like to make, and then I'll, leave it open for you to ask me some questions, is the theory of personalized diet. So Hahnemann was, absolutely against general diet. He actually believed that, and he said this in his book, The Organon, where he said that every man's stomach is like a shoe. Just like one shoe doesn't fit everybody, so also one diet doesn't fit everybody. So he was against general diet because what suits you may not suit me. And therefore, some people, can get allergic to cucumber, and some people can actually benefit from it, as an example. So this whole concept of personalized diet, which today is now part of wellness, again, is something that homeopathy kind of, started with many years back. And finally, the last point that I want to build and talk about, before I hand it over back to you again, is Hahnemann put something in homeopathy, the fundamental principle he called was obstacles to recovery. So what he said is, when there are chronic problems, if you really want to get cured, you have to remove these obstacles, otherwise the cure will not happen. Now, and he gave the example, for example, of rheumatism. So if you're suffering from rheumatism and you're going to sleep in a basement, which is damp and cold, the chances of getting well are going to be very little. Now, today, what we see today that a lot of disorders today are NCDs, non-communicable disorders. And how do they happen? They really happen because of poor lifestyle that we lead today. And therefore, unless we make these lifestyle changes, which is what wellness is all about today as well, we will not get well. So things like eating well, sleeping well, exercising well, the sitting is the new smoking, they say. And of course, finally, having mental peace and not, having a calm mind and keeping your cool at all times and meditating and living a peaceful life and a happy life are very, very important to lead a healthy life. And these are all now part of the wellness syndrome. So over to you, Seema.
It's so interesting what you said that about personalized medication, right? And personalized diet, personalizing everything. And you said homeopathy now has formulas that are personalized to each individual because each individual is unique in their own essence. And I found that very powerful because if you look around you today, this is something that new world or the new holistic world is exploring. We have the metabolic diet, for example, that once again has its origins, I believe, in Germany, where they take your blood and they do a blood test and they check if you're an O positive or a B positive, and then they give you the perfect prescription to eat as per your body type. Now, we have Lata who has just raised her hand, and I think she has a question. So, Lata, what would your question be? Lata ji, I can see you. Yes.
I'm trying. Hi everyone.
Hi.
Hi, Seema. Hi, Dr. Amrita. Hi, Dr. Mukesh Batra. So what I wanted to focus on really is that there's a lot of external factors that we don't have control over. And like what happened recently with the COVID, but there's all the wars, there's all the, plastic pollution, there's all these other aspects. And how do we deal with those things? Because psychologically and subconsciously, they're affecting us. And no doubt they're breaking us, and impacting our health and well-being. And how do we take control of those factors? One can try and reduce the impact, but nevertheless, there are things outside our control that are carrying on behind our backs, and suddenly, we've got to deal with it. and childhood traumas as well. People undergo, poor educated ones are experiencing real hardships. And how do we deal with them when they come to you? I mean, you can't just remove the obstacles, can you, by clicking your fingers or telling them, well, this is what you've got to do and change. There's some things that one can't change. So
yes, so if I may answer that question, thank you for the question, and it's a great question because you're absolutely right. And let me explain that to you in two different ways. You know, the first is that in homeopathy, what we believe is, just like how you spoke about immunity. So homeopathy believes in the vital force. The vital force is really the vitality, you know. And what we believe is that when the vitality goes down, which really means when your immunity goes down, then you become susceptible to external influences. Now, whether they are emotional or whether they are physical. So, for example, there are 100 people in this room, for example, in a room in a theater. But if one of them has a cold, everybody doesn't get a cold. But the person who has low immunity will get a cold. So, and this is exactly what happened during COVID as well. You know, people got exposed, but the people who really had low immunity or comorbidities are people who actually fell sick easily. So the answer really is to build immunity. The answer really is to build from within a kind of a halo around your head, if I may use that word, which then kind of protects you from anything else. Now, this is done in homeopathy through something which is called constitutional treatment. The constitution of one person is different from another. So really the way you dress, the way you look, the way you behave, the emotions that you have, including your childhood traumas as well. There are homeopathic medicines which actually help you to overcome childhood traumas, because these have all been proved and clinically classified as medicines to be used for that. So there are also homeopathic medicines for emotional well-being, you know, including childhood traumas. And the basic thing is that the focus really is that you build your immunity and you lower your sensitivity. You raise your immunity and so that you're not then allergic, you're not then hypersensitive to things around you. Now, whether this is an emotional hypersensitivity or whether it's a physical hypersensitivity. I mean, I give you the example, for example, if somebody has an allergy problem, you know, a little bit of dust actually causes no problem for everybody else, a normal person. But a person who's allergic will start sneezing violently. A person who's allergic may get an asthmatic attack just with a little bit of dust. So it's a hypersensitivity. So what homeopathy does is, if you lower your sensitivity level and you increase your immunity, you're able to balance it. Now, this is just a generic answer, but with specific cases, you can actually do that. I hope that answers your question.
I think you've answered something very powerful for me. So I was born with asthma. And I was born with, I was born in, and I was born with severe asthma. And interestingly enough, Dr. Batra, I was cured by an allopathic doctor who gave me a homeopathic prescription.
Wonderful.
And that
That's
was
so
my
good to hear.
mama, my mamu in Nairobi, actually. And he came to Kenya to work, and I used to get these, and my asthmatic attacks were so severe that I would have to take an inhaler. You know, I would have to be on, I still remember the names of the inhalers, Intol and Ventolin. And they were like babies in my school bag. My mom would say, have you taken your inhaler? Have you, should ask the helpers, have you packed the is Alzheimer's medicines in her box? You know, she would be after the helpers in the morning. And I used to get severe asthmatic attacks especially during the pollen season. And I haven't had the asthmatic attack since the age I was 8 years old. And that was homeopathy. That was my
Wonderful.
first experience.
Welcome.
Welcome
to a happy homeopathic world. And
absolutely,
you know, and one of wellness as well, because you know, these inhalers that you mentioned, of course, they give you immediate relief and they are good in that way. But you know, they then become emotional crutches because you can't go without it, and you just feel so insecure if you don't have it with you, especially when you're suffering. So it's nice to have freedom from
absolute freedom.
And you know, they say that the breath of life is the most important thing you can have. So can you imagine the trauma of not being able to breathe well, and then suddenly finding your breath back again, and then not having to ever worry about where your next breath is coming from? I'm saying that's really true freedom. And I'm so happy that you have it.
Beautifully put. You know, and Dr. Batra, I have a question, and I know we have Amrita here who's
Yeah,
leans heavily
I
on
also have a
Ayurveda.
question. Yes, even I have a question. Can I ask?
Yes, yes, please do.
Global Namaste, Dr. Batra. It's a privilege to see you and meet you personally on screen. And I have heard a lot about you. And for me to know you through this platform is really a great privilege. So I have two questions for you. The first question is that, as you mentioned, you should find peace for yourself. So what are your personal tips? How do you find peace in your life? Can you please share?
That's not an easy one, really.
Hmm.
I'm blessed because I am now a Swami as well, and I actually do meditation. But for me, meditation is for me, I sing and I do riyas every day, almost every day. And for me, singing is meditation. So anything that you find peace with, anything that you enjoy doing. I mean, I do singing for charity. I have a concert every year with, I have my own orchestra, and I sing old songs on stage in front of 600, 800 people every year. And I collect money for an old widow's home for the last 40 years. So, like I said, I have a passion and then I have a purpose. And once you have a purpose, you find peace with yourself. So, because you're doing something for others. And, so that makes me peaceful. So I think really it's about, mental equilibrium, which comes from enjoying every moment of life. It comes from, living life to the fullest. I have another concert coming up very soon. I also do photography for charity for a visually challenged thing. My photo exhibition is now being organized by the Dubai government. I was a guest with the Australian government. I shot 16,000 wildflowers as well, and I donated the money to the Australian Red Cross for bushfires that happened over there. So there's a passion, and then with the passion, there's a purpose. So I think you always find peace of mind when you're doing something with a purpose. I hope that answers your question.
That's very beautiful, in fact, because, I think you have explored your hobbies to make it a passion and a purpose that has been fulfilled for the community service and the selfless work that you had been doing. That's very nice. Thank you for that.
So it's not just me. What I believe is that I believe all of us have some talent in us. Now, if only we were to use that talent for the benefit of other people, we would by ourselves be peaceful, and we would also be part of a peaceful world. And have an environment around us which is also peaceful. So, for example, somebody could do proofreading, somebody could do, make some content, for example, So if you could help people around you in whichever way you are, and whichever way you can do, whatever you can benefit society and people around you, it'll always make you peaceful. Because let's understand this, the question that was asked earlier. I'm saying you can't be peaceful in a world which is full of conflict. Because if you have conflict all around you, and if you're surrounded by people who are negative all the time, you can't be peaceful.
True. Yeah.
Sorry, over to your next question.
Thank you. So my second question is that because people think homeopathy is without side effects, and it's like miti goliyan, so they are like sweet white small balls that can be consumed anytime. So most of the time people take it overdose, or they just keep taking despite. So because they believe that, okay, I was fine with this medicine and now I keep taking it. So what is your advice to people? Like, does it have any effects? Should they be monitored with the dose, or should they be corrected as per the symptoms, or you should consult a physician? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a great question. So my answer to that is twofold. The first is that with homeopathy, you can never OD. There's nothing like overdose with homeopathy because it's not a chemical medicine, and therefore it has no toxicity in it. So any medicine which doesn't have toxicity is not going to damage your liver or your kidneys or whatever. So that problem doesn't arise at all. And but having said that, there are two kinds of medication in homeopathy as well. One is acute, which are kind of short acting. So you have medicines like belladonna, for example, which are used for colds and coughs and acute problems. And then there are other medicines which are actually deep acting. Those are called constitutional medicines. So those are medicines like sulfur, phosphorus. Now, the thing is that constitutional medicines you should never take without asking a doctor. You always need to consult a doctor. But small things like OTC medication, for common ailments are things that you can actually take. And, I've just come out with another book, my 9th book, called Heal with Homoeopathy, which is a Bloomsbury publication, this one. And, it actually has a kind of self-help little medicines that you can take. And talking about the white pills that you spoke about, just to close your answer, is yes, I mean, our kids call us candy doctors because, they just love the sweet pills, and it's a human way of treating people. Why not? If you can get well and you can, and you don't have to go to the trauma of really being hospitalized or having tubes in your body or having needles all over you, why not? It's a happy way. It's a happy way to get well.
Well, I certainly looked forward to those pills when I was a child, but I never looked forward to the tinctures. I have to be very honest with you, because those were a little bitter when they were put into water. But having said that, Dr. Batra, I do have a question now. There's a lot of talk about the flower remedies.
Yes.
We have the back flower remedies, etc. And they have vibrational essences. So is homeopathic medicine vibrational?
It is vibrational, and it's actually based on that. And there's a whole theory that 13 scientists kind of got together somewhere in the 80s, and they actually carried out this experiment. And there's a whole book which was carried out by a French doctor called Jacques Benavista, and it's called The Memory of Water. So it's actually believed that when you make homeopathic medicine and when you dilute it and you shake it up, it's actually vibrational medicine, and then it transforms actually. So the medicine, it transforms. So yeah, so something which is inert in a raw form or in the crude form becomes dynamic and very deep acting when it undergoes this process. And so that's really the beauty. So that's the beauty about
the sacred geometry. I'm sorry to cut you in. Does it have the sacred geometry like the crystals in the water?
No, it's quite different, but like I said, it is vibrational medicine because it's energy medicine. So what happens is that when you're taking homeopathic medicine, you don't take it according to physical strength. You take it according to the dilution. And the more diluted it is, which means less of the original substance, the stronger the medicine is, because it becomes more powerful, because it undergoes this entire process time and again. So that's answer to part one. The second part of yours was flower remedies. So flower remedies and biochemical remedies are kind of adjuncts. So flower remedies are very good for emotional problems, and they've been proven to help in that. And biochemical remedies are like nutritional things. So things which are minerals which you lack. So because of deficiencies, when you get problems, you supplement it. Instead of taking vitamins, you can take biochemical medicines. So you can take medicines like calcarea phos, kali phos for anxiety, and so on and so forth. So these are two kind of adjunct systems of medicine, but they're not actually homeopathic.
Very, very, there's so much information you have to share with us, Dr. Batra. You have to keep coming on our show. And I can see our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, has just popped into our screen, and I look forward to hearing his comments.
Seema, what a wonderful session you have hosted, and lovely speakers we've got. We got our famous Dr. Mukesh Batra, the owner of Batras. If you want to visit that, batras.com, you must go there. Online consultation anywhere in the world, you can connect to them. Mukeshji, welcome. And
thank you, Neil. I'm here. I'm here because of you.
Yes, buddy. And we love you. In fact, everybody is here. We are just one big family. We love to bring harmony, unity, peace, liberty, and just love on the earth. And you are our resident homeopath expert. We love you for that. Linda, welcome.
Hi, how are you, Neil?
It's lovely to have you, Linda. I want to introduce you to Dr. Mukesh Batra. He is the homeopath supremo of the world, and particularly in India where he started, and then subsequently other countries. He is actually going to visit Iceland, and I want you to meet him and maybe host with our other Icelandic friends, where you recently met also Sister Jayanti from the Brahma Kumari.
Yeah, I did.
Exciting.
Great to meet her. Thank you for introducing us. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to pass the WhatsApp contacts to you. Dr. Mukesh Batra is very much a patron of Healing Our Earth. And Linda is a very good influencer there in Iceland. She's also written books, but she's also a very good unity person. She loves uniting different culture. So, we'll never feel that Iceland don't speak English or our culture. She knows everything about us. So Linda, say hello to Dr. Mukesh. Dr. Mukesh, say hello to Linda.
Hello. Nice
Over
to meet
namaste.
you.
Hi, Linda. So
Namaste.
lovely to meet you, and I do look forward to connecting. And
Yes.
keep up the wonderful work, and thank you for making the
Well,
holistic flag flying all the way in
thank you.
Iceland.
Thank you so much.
And
It
Linda,
it would be a pleasure to have you all over here in Iceland, and I would probably show you some nice places and introduce you to nice people.
Thank you so much. I do look forward to it, and thank you for your time. All
Linda,
the very best.
You'll be seeing him soon. And Linda, later I want to explore with the local government and everything, special homeopath division, which is what I love nurturing into different countries. And Dr. Mukesh Batra is there. So even if you want, and you will shortly know his exact date of arrival and the time, let us start exploring the initial conversation and maybe bring homeopath as an integrated health into Iceland in a bigger way. He has a facility from not just expertise of setup, marketing, conceiving, visualizing, the whole chimozzle. So let's explore that. Seema, it's all yours, and take it over and let's introduce Linda.
Thank you, and bye-bye. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Batra. Thank you so much. It's been an honor and a pleasure to have you here. And I'd
Thank you,
love to
Seema. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming. And now let's embark on a journey of self-discovery with no other than Linda Baldwin-Stottir, who's going to teach us and tell us more about the importance of caring. Linda is the author of A Book of All Seasons. Before I go further, it reminds me of my childhood book, which I read in school, called A Man for All Seasons, which was about Sir Thomas More and King Henry VIII. So when I saw A Book of All Seasons, I said, how wonderful is this? And it is a compilation of thought-provoking quotations from no other than Linda herself. Linda is a leading life coach and a communication consultant. With her columns in one of Iceland's biggest newspapers and her popular talk show that made the headlines in 2014, she has established herself as a respected authority in the field of personal development. Today, her weekly podcast and columns for La Vida Liverpool in the UK continue to reach a wider and wider audience. Linda has played a significant role in the making of the annual Day of Life Coaching a reality, bringing awareness to the importance of personal development and the benefits of working with a life coach, which is something so empowering and powerful. I have had first-hand experience working with a very dynamic life coach, and I have to say it was life-changing. Book of All Seasons is a contemplation on preparing the soil, sowing, growth, and reaping the harvests of life. How beautiful is that? It's on the Kindle edition by Sigridur Baldwin-Stottir, Linda, Politics and Social Science, Kindle eBooks at Amazon.com. A very warm global namaste to you, Linda. How are you?
I'm just fine. I'm just getting over some kind of flu that I had the whole week, but I'm getting there. I'm getting better.
Well, we don't have Dr. Batra very far. You can always have a little conversation with him now that you know him, and I'm sure he'll give you the perfect remedy of delicious, I may add, sugar pills to pop into your mouth, and you'll be well on your way very soon.
Oh, thank you.
Now, before we dive into anything else, you come from the 7th happiest country in the world.
So they say. So they say.
So they say. So your happiness index is pretty high, I would say.
Yeah, it is. But actually, I think we are a little low at this moment because the weather has been treating us not so kindly this summer. For example,
Yeah.
I think in Reykjavik we have had one day of sunshine.
Oh.
So, well, I am tempted to just take the next plane out of here into the sun.
Well, London's very bright and sunny this coming week, I believe, and we're having a heat waves. Why don't you hop over here?
Who knows? Maybe I will.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Now, Linda, you've been sharing your all year round wisdom, and you have dealt with people, working with relationship issues, personal issues, complex issues. You teach people trauma resilience, and you do a lot of good work. I am so inspired by you with your humanity through kindness. This is very touching, and this has touched the soul of many worldwide. Now, I know you have so much to share with us today. I mean, you believe in social empathy and worldwide kindness.
Yeah.
And this is all related with the importance of caring. And it is so important not only to care for ourselves, but to care for others. Now, many of us care for ourselves, and we need to do it in a very sacred way. Won't you agree?
I think that we need to change our focus a little bit, because in this world today, we have so many people that are so lonely, and there's nobody that cares for them. And even in the UK, you now have a minister of loneliness, and that should tell us everything we need to know about that. And I think that it's about time that we change our views towards what is or what models we should use in this world to heal it, actually, because we live in a really sick world and a lonely world, and we are getting more and more lonely and more anxious and depressed. So I'm going to give you one remedy, and I wrote down so I could just give you, more than maybe if I would just speak. So I just wrote it down, and I'm going to read it for you. All the researches that have been done on this matter of caring or showing kindness. So I hope you forgive me for just reading to you.
No, please do. You don't need any forgiveness. I'm excited, and I'm sure all our viewers are as well, to hear this valuable insight from you.
Well, I hope so too. I hope they will gain something from that. So I'm just going to start, and I'm going to use my glasses. And I'm going to start with saying that Fred Rogers, he once said that there are 3 ways to ultimate success, but they are show kindness, and show kindness. I'm not sure he realized that with these 3 ways, he was also giving the true ways for good health and longevity, but that seems to be the case though. A study done on rabbits in 1978 evoked the interest of a Columbia University psychiatric professor, Dr. Kelly Harding, and that interest led her to look far and wide for similar research to verify her findings. Continuing her curiosity about researches that contained the same revolutionary discoveries regarding power or kindness, that is, she wrote the book, The Rabbit Effect, Live Longer, Happier and Healthier, which was published in 2019. Several other studies have been carried out in continuation of the first one, and in fact, many studies have been carried out that clearly show the benefits of kindness or caring for our well-being in life. And all of them seems to support the conclusion that one of the most perfect medicines for both health problems and aging is simple kindness or caring. A simple and cheap solution perhaps in our minds, but researchers have proved the power of it. So why don't we give it a try? The study conducted in 1978 also looked at the relationship between high cholesterol and heart health in rabbits that were fed with fatty junk food that contributes to coronary artery blockage and heart attacks in general. And the research had 2 groups of rabbits to enjoy that fatty food. To their surprise, the second group of rabbits seemed immune to the unhealthiness of the food, or rather, the food did not affect the heart health of that group in the way they expected, and it was much to the surprise of the researchers. They began to investigate what the difference was between the groups and the treats that they received. And it quickly became clear that the person who took care of this immune group was able to talk to the rabbits, pet them, and engage with them in various ways, which seems to lead to that the food did not have the same effect on them as the other group of rabbits. Another study was carried out to verify this theory, and it gave a similar results, which prompted Dr. Harding to think and spending years of research on the power of caring, as mentioned before. And as she said in one of her many interviews conducted with her, she was shocked because most of us, when we think about health, we think about the effect of diet, exercise, sleep, and an occasional trip to the doctor to check our blood levels. But it's really quite striking that we haven't changed those values because there is countless evidence to show that, in fact, probably the biggest factor in our health are our social relationships, says this professor. For example, chronic loneliness is as harmful as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. So we shouldn't let anyone be lonely around us. We should take care of our neighbor. But in Chapel Hill University in North Carolina, they also conducted a study on the effects of caring or kindness and concluded that not only does it affect our health, but it also affects how fast we age. So maybe care is also the best antidote against aging. However, all these studies only tells us what has been known for thousands of years. Countless philosophical books and religious texts emphasize on treating one's neighbor with love and care. And this thing about loving your neighbor as yourself is probably something that the Almighty, as you understand it, really meant in all seriousness. My favorite social scientist is Brené Brown, who is an American scholar, author, and a public speaker, and I absolutely adore her works. She is currently a research professor in the University of Houston Graduate College of Social Work. For more than a decade, she has been involved in research on vulnerability, courage, daring, compassion, and shame. And the 3 B's that she talks about, and was the findings of her researches, was that people really needed to be loved, to belong, and to be brave. And that was our basic needs for social well-being. Well, and she talks about the fact that we should allow ourselves to stay in our vulnerability and allow ourselves to not always be perfect. That it is okay that we are sometimes a little vulnerable and also a little bit afraid in life. But she also says, but we are also brave at times, and we always deserve to be loved and to belong and to give and receive kindness. We all need to belong to a smaller and larger units in our society, and we need beautiful connections with other people as well. Because it is with these connections that we find our meaning in life and our existence. But the lack of them invariably causes us discomfort and or sadness. Dr. Brené Brown says that it seems that we humans are loosely divided into 2 groups, according to her researches. And the first group thinks that they need to earn love somehow, while the second group thinks they only deserve love and care and to belong. And I clearly belong to the second group. And this second group has no better or more successful life than the others who feel that they need to earn love. But they somehow manage to hold on to their dignity through the ups and downs of life. But what is it that makes this second group manage to hold on to their self-esteem and feel that they just deserve to be loved and to belong? This attitude is earned and comes about because this group understands that there are certain things that need to be prioritized each day. Those who belong to the group that Brennan talks about know that there are things like, for example, living in courage, showing empathy, and have good relationships with other people that gives life its value. They also know that they need to be allowed to stay in their vulnerability and or come to the door exactly as they are dressed each time. I completely agree with all of Brenna's teachings. And I feel that the more I am willing to share with others how imperfect a human being I am and how many big mistakes I have made on my way when learning about life, I feel that people are more ready to connect with me and trust me, and I experience their strong love, sympathy, and goodwill towards me, and I towards them. But does kindness have any impact on our brain? Well, psychologically, kindness can positively change your brain. Being kind boosts serotonin and dopamine, which are neurotransmitters in the brain that give you feelings of satisfaction and well-being and cause the pleasure or the reward centers in your brain to light up. Endorphins, which are your body's natural painkillers, also can be released. What studies have shown is that when we are either thinking about kind acts or witnessing kind acts or engaging in acts of kindness to other people, there are several biochemical changes that happens in our brain. One of the most important things that happens is that it releases oxytocin, a neurotransmitter that has been studied extensively for its role in promoting a sense of bonding. It also can decrease blood pressure and cortisol, a stress hormone, which directly impacts stress levels. Oxytocin releases nitric oxide. Nitric oxide dilates your blood vessels and thereby reduces your blood pressure and improves your heart health. Oxytocin seems to also have an effect on reducing inflammation, and that protects you from some chronic diseases like obesity, diabetics, and cancer. Isn't it great that we can change all this with just a simple act of caring? I think so. And I love people. That's just the way it is. I love to know as much as possible about other people, how they feel, what they are doing, what is good and what is bad in their lives. I love to laugh, dine, and have fellowship with other human beings. That's just how it is with me, and hopefully with you too, because we are just so lovely despite all our flaws. And like I said earlier, we all somehow need to belong to a group of people and or family. And after saying that, I think that sending out positive vibes and keeping our relationships healthy, whether we are talking about couple relationship, a family relationship, or friends or co-workers, I think that kindness towards all should be the most important thing each and every day in our diary, because all care given and received contributes to the well-being and prosperity of our neighbor in all areas. The care, the hugs, and the beautiful uplifting words are the building blocks that give lives its vibrancy and purpose. And I know that when I look back at my life, the moments where I have given or received care means more to me than all the riches in the world. And to find genuine kindness and support is priceless. Belonging to a group of others and hearing that I matter and have a purpose gives me nourishment that nothing else can give me. And I know I'll never look better or feel better than when I am loved. And I think that's true for most of us, if not all of us. And who doesn't want to look good and feel how the body is filled with energy and joy that can only be found in a good and rewarding relationships? So I think we should just stop talking about all kinds of diets and exercises, success and promotions. Let's talk more about the power we have in our hearts to give that power to ourselves and others. And who knows, perhaps that's the way to change the world. And I know, like I said before, the other methods that we have been using have left us with nothing but a very sick earth and an unhappy one. So let's try the opposite method, which is pure kindness. Because a happy person takes good care of himself, and a beloved human being gives himself to all that comes in his way. And isn't that the most important and highest achievement that any human being can hope to achieve in life? But I think we should start with asking ourselves questions like, am I happy for others when they succeed? How do I treat people that can do nothing for me in return? How do I treat others in times of crisis? Am I able to maintain respectful dialogue with someone who strongly disagrees with me? When I make a mistake or act poorly, do I take full ownership of that? Do I apologize immediately and sincerely? Do I have positive beliefs about others? Do I look for the best in them? Do I believe the best about their intentions? Am I able to forgive others for their mistakes? Am I able to forgive even if they don't apologize or admit to their mistake? These are questions that I think are good for us to ponder on. Don't you think, Sima?
Powerful and so heart-touching and spot on. I couldn't agree with you anymore. And I couldn't agree with you 100% with everything you have said. You know, we always speak about kindness, being kind to others. And you wonder why. You know, you spoke about the oxytocin. This is so powerful what you said. You wonder why that just one little act of kindness makes you feel so happy.
Yeah.
It's because of the oxytocin. And the oxytocin, once you release the oxytocin within your system, you reduce your cortisol levels.
Exactly.
It makes so much sense. It's so logical. I have to share this with you, and I've said this again and again. I'm an ardent follower of the Art of Living, which is one of the world's largest voluntary-based NGOs. And we have a presence in 158 countries worldwide. You must have heard of our founder, His Holiness Sri Sri Gurudev Ravi Shankar.
Yeah.
And there's just one sentence. Love moves the world.
And it surely does.
It does. And there is nothing else in life that can move your life, another person's life, and the life of, because when you tap into that inner love or that inner kindness within yourself and give it to others, everything around you shifts, because the universe has a barter system with you.
Yeah.
You give pain, you get pain. You give kindness, you get kindness. There's no other way. That's the way the universe works. It's spiritual. It may be beyond our comprehension, but it's very magical. The problem is we want an immediate answer. Yes. I've done this, so you have to. The universe. I've done this act of kindness, so the universe has to do this for me immediately. No, it doesn't work that way.
No, I call that the drive-through methods. Everybody wants a drive-through. When they come and see me with their problems, they want to come and see me and they want to go out, just like when they go to McDonald's. You order here and you pick up there. But it isn't like that. You have to work on yourself. And every little thing that you do to show kindness, I think that changes you dramatically. And just for example, when you give a smile to the person who is you're at your local store and you just smile to the person who is serving you. Well, just that doesn't have to be bigger than that or more than that. And just to, just go to your neighbor, that is lonely. Maybe they've lost their spouse or something. Just go and, give them a cake or something, just to show them there is someone out there that cares. And if someone loses their spouse, for example, what you should give them instead of flowers, give them a massage session somewhere, because they need the touch. Sorry, I can't hear you, Seema.
I'm huge on massages, okay, because I'm very big on self-care. Because I believe that if I take care of myself fully, I can be present for those I love around me and others and more, And the thing is, when you have a massage, now we have a great Ayurvedic doctor that's just hopped on with us, and I think she's going to agree with me. When you have a massage, it's someone else caring for your body. It's care. Again,
It is. Yeah.
It's care. So when you receive that care, you benefit so much from it that you're able to share it. And when you share it, you make room for more. Very often we say, I did this charitable act, or I did this one act of kindness. And I feel sometimes you may not be able to put the puzzles together, and you think, why am I feeling so great today?
Yeah.
What is it that I did differently? And you tap back and you look back and you say, oh, maybe it's because I did this or I did that for such and such person. It's subconsciously, you don't realize you have that oxytocin released within you.
Exactly.
It happens.
And all the other transmitters, like dopamine and everything, we start something great with the act of kindness. And the more we give, the more we receive, like you said.
And we have, of course, Amrita ji, who does many acts of kindness, and Sheila Dobi, our buzzing dentist who was born in England and moved to the USA. I'm going to dive straight into his state, but please don't go away, Linda, because we want to keep you here, because what you're talking about with us is so great before Sheila comes on board with all her whole health, dental, humanitarian, and entrepreneurial spirit. She's a TV host. I have to share this with you. And she's a recipient of the San Francisco Bay Area's Outstanding Woman of the Year. She's also been a recipient of the California Patient Choice Award. She takes special interest in helping. See, there we are, her acts of kindness, so beautiful, the underserved children and women in her local community. Let's give this woman a great big hand, and Amrita ji, to you for all the women empowerment that you do. Big hand. And Linda, double big hand for writing that book. On the professional front, Dr. Dobi was the past president and dental health chair of the SACDS Dental Society. She's a graduate of the American Dental Association, the Kellogg School of Management, Institute for Diversity in Leadership, and she's an author, I love this, of a book called The Ninja Tooth Fairies, or The Ninja Tooth Battle. And you can learn more about this very dynamic, vivacious, smiling, beautiful lady on www.yourcaringdentist.com. And we have our founder and director back on board with us for his comments, Mr. Neil Kumar.
Thank you, Seema. What a lovely conversation with Linda there, completely out of box thinking, and yet within the framework of mind, well-being, and wellness. It was beautiful. Sheila, welcome after a long time.
Thank you.
Lovely. We provide free dentistry over here. You just have to travel to California at Sheila's Dentistry. For those who don't know her, apart from what Seema has read, she's also a top-class dentist and runs few of her own practices and also sits in a senior board. Amrita, meet Sheila over here. This is the first time you're meeting. You had a chat. It's nice because it's your session. Hang around because this is a free session. Linda, just hang around now if you feel like. It's a free session now where Sheila will be bringing in Amrita to tell us how we can look at our nails and know what would be going wrong. And Sheila will be telling how to take care of your mouth and oral hygiene. It's free session now. So well done, Seema, for introducing our Sheila Dobi. Sheila, take it over. Any questions you've got for Linda? She's still there in Iceland. Sheila, you of course know Linda from our Unity of Faith event.
Yes, I do. First of all, I want to say thank you. Hi to everybody. I've missed you. I haven't been on Healing Our Earth for a really long time. So it feels so good to see all these familiar faces and Seema looking wonderful. And Linda, you do such great work. So it's great to see you on Healing Our Earth, such a wonderful platform. And thank you, Neil Kumar, for inviting me back again to do a presentation. And I definitely need to get back onto doing a lot more hosting because I realized when I just logged in how much I miss everybody. So, and Linda, your session was absolutely wonderful. We all need to kind of remember that and ask those questions to ourselves, because especially now during this difficult time, it's really nice to have those questions to remind ourselves like how we need to be more caring. So thank you so much. And Seema, oh, so good to see you again.
It's so good to see you, Sheila.
Sheila, before we let everybody go, can you please announce these future events? And here we go.
Absolutely. So next week, we've got International Yoga Day special. And if anyone's going through stress or anxiety or just needs some time for themselves, International Yoga Day is absolutely wonderful, because that's what you need, just some great movement, great breathing. Then after that, we have, that was Sunday, the 25th of June, and that starts at 2 p.m. Then what's after that? Let's have a look. Our next session is Guru Purnima special, Sunday, the 2nd of July. And that's going to be a wonderful full day of events. Hopefully you'll all be tuning into this free live event. And then following that, we will have the Ayurveda special, the benefits of Ayurveda, Sunday, the 9th of July, 2023. Now, the great thing about these sessions is you've got all these experts coming in and telling you all these wonderful Ayurvedic things. And a lot of the times you have to pay these practitioners. And here on Healing Our Earth, we have them all here for free, donating their time. Then after that, we have the vegan and vegetarian kitchen. That's Sunday, July 16th. And that's going to be teaching us how to eat and cook some wonderful vegan and vegetarian foods from world experts globally. So those are some really wonderful sessions. And just a reminder, everyone that is on Healing of Our Earth are all volunteers. And we have this global, wonderful group of people. And I've made so many friends. And just recently, someone I met from Healing Our Earth, Dr. Nora, one of the team members, came to USA, and we actually had a wonderful meal together. So it's a really great community. So I really encourage anyone that's watching to join and see how you can help out. And now we have Dr. Amrita Sharma, who was the host earlier. So let me tell you a little bit about her for those of you that are just tuning in now. Dr. Amrita Sharma, she did her bachelor's in Ayurvedic medicine and surgery. And her interest and studies took her back to explore more on the alternative medicine, acupuncture, alternative therapies, naturopathy, and courses on nutrition and food. And she's registered with the Yoga Alliance, and she has trained thousands of students from over 20 countries. She has more than 15 years of clinical and teaching experience in the field of yoga, Ayurveda, and holistic healing therapies. She is absolutely wonderful. So I'm so excited to have her here. And she's presented so many papers, and she's moderated so many panels, and she's done a lot of work on the radio and done talks on podcasts. And she's going to be really helping us out, kind of understanding how to understand our human body a little bit more. And today's topic, which was quite interesting when I saw the subject, was about nails, right, Dr. Amrita?
True.
And that's something that all I do is, I see them grow, I cut them, and I don't really pay much attention to them. So I'm really excited that you're going to be giving us a session about what your nails have to say about our oral health. And then after that, I'll be talking to you about your mouth and your oral health.
True. So thank you very much. Thank you, Linda. It was very insightful, very interesting. In fact, I could have chatted with you hours and hours on that, because that's so important, and it integrates everything, because it's from the love that you come from and into the love that you'll be dissolving into, and that comes from the care and respect that you hold for yourself, mentally, physically, and spiritually. So self-love is the biggest love and the asset of life. So that's what I had to tell you for everything.
Thank you.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. I really enjoyed being with you and listening.
Please stay around. Yes, please stay around. So today's talk is an important topic which creeped in my mind when I was looking at my nails. So how important the nails are in our life. And somebody just reminded me of look at your nails. And I was like, this is so important. And the nails form a very important part of our lives. And so I have a small presentation that I'll be sharing with you. And so basically, our nails and our health is very much related with ourselves. So I hope you can see full screen. Yes. So your nails are pretty much related with your health, actually, and they talk a lot about. So do you know that your nails can give you a lot of clues about your health? And there is a very big connection of Ayurveda with the nail perspective that we have. The nails are coming under the Nakha Pariksha, in which we divide people in different types, where the 5 elemental people are divided into Vata, Pitta, Kapha, which is the people who have high air element, and they're naturally born with dry skin. So their nails are pretty thick, thin, dry. They are rough cuticles, as you can see in the image, and they break easily. So most of the time they have complaints that their nails are very brittle and they break for no reason. And then we have some category of people who have a high fire element. And these people naturally have pink, oily nails. And if you see your nails, there are moons on your nails. So those moons basically are larger moons. Sometimes they are smooth, they are shiny, they are pretty flexible, and you can find them in good health. There are other category of people who are with high water and earth element. These kind of people basically are having the nails which are pretty well lubricated. When you look at them, they are pretty good and beautiful to look at. And they are sometimes not having no moon. So there's no moon, but that indicates a sluggish digestion. Coming over to some of the nails and nails disorders, because we hardly pay attention to our hands whenever we are washing or we apply lotions or something. It's just a quick job we do, and we don't look at them unless there's something really very serious about them. So let's have a look at them. Now, healthy nails basically should be really pink. They must be smooth. They must have, so they can't be very brittle. And all these things have been used from ages in Ayurveda under the nail diagnosis, where people, the physicians and the Vaidyas used to see the nails and diagnose the disease. So if your nails are having certain symptoms or some features which are apart from normal, they will definitely be indicative of some of the health disorders. Now, if you see horizontal lines on the nails, as you can see the 3 ridges, that may indicate some strong infection or illness or the depletion of something that has happened. If there is a brown discoloration in your nails, so as you can see at the image at the back where there's a brown discoloration, that can be due to varied reasons. That can be during pregnancy you can have, or you got injured sometime. Some races of people worldwide might also experience this. Some viral warts can have this kind of a discoloration. Skin cancer may also indicate. Thyroid problems with Addison's disease or growth hormone dysfunctions may also show the sign of brown discoloration. Sometimes may also have a photosensitivity or bacterial infection, or you're having tobacco, or while using a hair dye, they turn brown, or silver nitrate solution or henna. HIV and certain nail infections can also cause brown discoloration of the nails. Now, if you notice that when you were having a moon in your nail earlier and then that moon got messed up, that means it is indicating a low digestive fire. That means your body's digestive fire is low, and you need to see to it that what all things you should add to your diet and lifestyle to increase that digestive fire, or there's some infection that has led to the moons being disappearing all of a sudden. Larger moons indicate overactive fire, which means that your heating element or your fire element in the body is pretty high, you might also experience hyperacidity, diarrhea kind of conditions, or inflammatory responses, which can be in your oral cavity or your body or your skin, or nutrient deficiencies which might be present. Vertical striations. So there can be certain vertical striations which might come with age. So with age, sometimes there can be changes that is because of the cellular turnovers which are happening, but it can be due to some dry skin or eczema or some nutrient deficiency as well. Yellow nail. Sometimes our nails get yellow. So if you use a lot of nail paints and you're removing them often, most of the time girls notice that there is yellow nail. But a yellow discoloration of the nail may also come from fungal infections. So certain kind of medical ailments where you are on certain medication may also cause yellow discoloration of nails, whereas sometimes due to some fungus or smoking or using some nail gels or nail paints may also cause this yellow discoloration of nails. Fungal infections. Fungal infections in our nails are pretty common. We need to be very aware of them, especially if you are living in a damp countries where there is a soggy places, where there's less sunlight and it rains a lot, your shoes are wet or your feet were wet and you're wearing those shoes over time and your feet remain closed for a very long hours, you must check out for the fungal infections which may creep up in your nails and may cause creation of worms. I myself personally have seen as a physician worm infection in the nail that had to be surgically removed, which was pretty painful. Now, pitting up of nails. So sometimes if you see the children or some people, you can see small pitting signs on the nails, which may come from nutrient deficiencies, which are very common sometimes in females and the young girls because of the menstruations and heavy periods or lack of dietary intake, proper dietary intake, which can come from iron deficiency, which can come from folic acid deficiency or protein deficiency, or from other disorders like eczema, psoriasis, or joint inflammatory conditions as well. Now, moving over with age. So if you see older people, see your granny, grandpa, and other people, you can see the color of the nails. The nails may change because with that, the growth becomes very slow and it might turn into, so be careful when they are trimming up their nails because the nail beds become very different. They can be turned and they can be more harder than the normal growth of a youngster. Menopause. Now, menopause, as we were discussing earlier with the menstruation, has to do a lot of things because the hormones that we had been discussing with Linda has a big role to play in our body all over a female's life. So when this estrogen, progesterone is being released out, the body changes. And at that time, your nails are also affected. And they need moisture all the time. And because of the depletion of these hormones, the keratin level that changes, it hardens up the nails. And due to this, at menopause, your nails might become brittle and weak as well. So all those who are at a menopausal state must take care of their nails and look out if there are any changes that are coming in your nails. You must work out on them. Common causes of brittle nails. So most of the time people have brittle nails and they talk about, you must have seen people sitting in the restaurant and just rubbing them up or stripping them off, or in the office they have been just stripping them off, or they're busy with something or stressed up. The only job is unconsciously they just do this thing. This has a lot to say. Thyroid problems. So if you have low thyroid problems, and low thyroid level may cause dry nails and brittle nails, first thing. Second thing, nutritional deficiencies. So if you have nutritional deficiencies, which can be vitamin deficiency, mineral deficiency, they might create brittle nails. People mostly say, oh, I have been having a good diet, I don't think so there's any problem with me, I take care of myself. But then your nails might give you some signs that something is missing in your diet. And specifically the calcium, the phosphorus, the iron levels, they must be checked out thoroughly in your diet. Anemia, very common cause. And when this anemia happens, the red blood cells decrease, the iron levels decrease in the body, and the nails become brittle. So with no reason, they will start to break. So even if you'll be doing a normal job in your home, still they will suddenly break. You need to see to it. Or there can be a carved spoon shaped of nails, which can be tilting inside, which is a prominent sign of severe anemia. Too much of nail washing in the kitchen or in the laundry, or when your hands are wet for a very long time and they're exposed to a lot of soaps and detergents, basically, that time also with the constant reactions with these harsh soaps and detergents, your nails can become very brittle. So make sure you make them dry, wash them with the soap later on, and you apply a good moisturizer. Cancer patients, when receiving a chemotherapy, it has an effect on the cancer patients, and their nails can also become very brittle. So while chopping their nails or trimming them, you need to be very careful not to injure them. Excessive use of nail paints. Once the time I went to a normal shop, and then the girl was trying, because the sales girl had to apply the nail paints every time and show it to people. And when I looked at her nail, I was pretty surprised, because her nails were exactly like this. And I had to tell her virtually that either you change your job or ask the owner to shift you somewhere else, because tremendous use of nail paints and showing it to people has given you this actually, which will never repair back. And because these are part of connective tissues and they have low blood supply, it's very hard to make them go back. And therefore, you should be careful how much nail paints you need to apply every day or every week. Diabetic foot. People who have diabetes have diabetic neuropathies, where the blood supply to the tissues go very less, and most of the time, very commonly by the shoes or footwear, or in general, the foot might get injured and the infection may prevail in the nail. So most of the time, all those people who are diabetic, it's my request to frequently see your feet, particularly pat them dry, wash them, make them clean, and leave them in the sunlight for some time, so that you don't develop a diabetic foot, because it may lead to gangrene as well. Going to a nail salon may damage your DNA. This was the latest report that was published in 2023. And most of the time, we don't pay attention to this. And whenever we are using these nail paints and we are going for the UV radiations that are drying our nails, actually is damaging our DNA. So this is one of the very important and latest reports, and is a concern of an hour, where you must be very careful. What kind of treatments do you get in a salon? Takeaways: wear gloves if you have allergies. Biotin supplements are very useful. Have good amount of proteins in your diet. Coat your nails if you require with the nylon fiber that may strengthen your nails. Keep them very simple. Don't chip them very much, as well as once a week applications are good. Acetone should be avoided for the nail removals. Don't use nails as your tool. So most of the time we open up the things with the nails and we use them quite often, and we don't think about them. So when you are working with opening up the cans and stuff, don't use your teeth, don't use your nails, because they're pretty precious to you. Stop nail biting and identify the triggers. Anxiety, stress, a lot of other unconscious habits may lead to this. And every time you're biting your nails, you're having some of the filth that is going through bacterial infection, which may cause worm infestation to a lot of other serious diseases. And therefore, you must take care of why you're biting your nails and when you're biting your nails. Keep your nails short, keep trimming them well. Please use a proper nail cutter rather than blades and scissors and harmful things where we don't pay heed to it and we just chop them because they are silly nails, but they are not silly nails actually. They are the part of your body system and very much important to keep them hygienic and healthy as well. Good foods. There are a lot of good foods like buckwheat, pumpkin seeds, flax seeds, lentils, sweet potatoes, almonds, we have spinach, we have bell pepper, and a lot of other seeds that can be consumed on a daily basis because they are rich in proteins and multiple vitamins and minerals that are a good source for your nails. Some Ayurveda tips that I have for you is some dairy products are very good, green leafy veggies are good, nuts are good, especially sesame seeds, sunflower seeds. Integrating seeds in your diet is pretty healthy from many points of view, but also they are helpful for from the Ayurveda point of view, that is helping you to ingrain and make your tissues vital. And there is a very nice ghee that I often use that is called as Shakdhat Ghrita. So this is 100 times a washed ghee, which is a clarified butter, and that is being used, and you can apply it on your nails and then just rub them and on the tip of the nail as well. Or if you don't have anything, you can use a drop of sesame oil or olive oil and then just rub them. So make sure your cuticle and everything is being rubbed properly, and that will give you a real glow. So that's what they are, pretty beautiful. Take care of them. And thank you so much for giving me time. And thank you, Anil Kumar, for giving me an opportunity to share this wonderful presentation, which can be very beneficial. Over to you, Sheilaji. Thank you so much.
Wow, that was really interesting. I didn't know all of this stuff about nails. In fact, while you were doing your presentation, I think this was the first time I've actually spend time looking and seeing my nails. So thank you so much.
That's so great. Any questions if anybody is having, any comments, most welcome.
I do have a couple of questions. The question I have is, you mentioned like if there's some issues with your nails, you should get figure out what it is and treat them. What's the best way to find out what is wrong with your nails? Like, your presentation was amazing, but there were so many potential issues. So how would you know that there's a problem, and what's the best way to seek advice on it?
So basically, you see your nails every day virtually, right? And every one of us know our nails very well. So if I particularly know the texture of my nails, they are like this. And if I look at them clearly, they are pretty smooth if I look at. And there are some moons which are there, and that's pretty fine. But abnormally certain things, they just creep up. Okay. So if I touch my nail, see, it's not breaking, it's just bending. That's fine. If I do a lot, it might break in some people, right? How they are growing, they must grow uniformly. So if you look at your nails, they may particularly grow very uniformly. Secondly, when looking at your nail, basically, the edges are pretty smooth, so they are not dry once you see. Secondly, if you see on the light, they are shining. There are no ridges, there are no striations, there are no pitting signs. And even if you see the color of the nails are pretty similar. And secondly, press them. If you press them, you will see there is a white and red color shade which is coming, which is indicating your right hemoglobin level. And if you press them and they are pale white, they are indicating you have an anemia, right? And if they are pretty pink and the pinkness comes again and again, that indicates that your levels of blood are pretty normal. So a normal texture which you see in your nails always in your life, which will go normally every time, if there is any change in that, or they just suddenly break for no reason, that means you need to check on it. And apart from that, you might physically experience some issues of fatigue, or you might experience other kind of issues which are related with your menstrual cycle or your health. Or if I'm at a menopausal age, I need to see whether these are fine or not. So basically, it's about your own health, as we had been discussing, and that's the basic idea of the whole program of wellness and well-being. So well-being starts from me. Every day when I put a moisturizer, every day when I put a lotion, apart from my face, I need to look at my nails as well, how good they can be. And it's very important to leave them without nail paint for some time, because then you see the real self, actually. And when you see these nails, any changes will be an idea that something wrong, which you can go to the physician and get it inquired, or your friends. We mostly have our friends who are physicians around us, where you can discuss the issue, or an issue which is prevailing in your nail for more than 2 weeks, so it doesn't go away. Right. So I had a discoloration, which happened due to certain reason, because if it's because of a prolonged nail use, then after few weeks, it will vanish off. You'll have a natural texture. But because of some reason, it wasn't there, it is prevailing for more than 2 weeks or even a month, that means definitely it has an issue related with my body, and I need to see somebody. What is going on? I hope
Wow.
I've answered.
Yeah, absolutely. That was amazing. And I guess you can go and if you're not sure what's going on, you can find an Ayurvedic practitioner in your local town and ask them to like look at your nails, right?
Yeah, and I think wellness consultants, and we have skin specialists. All those people are like qualified to give you the idea about all these things, which you must look into. And even for the children specifically, because it's the mothers and the parents who look into it, and children don't come to know, but they are very important things. And children bite their nails often, and you can see them bleeding virtually.
Yeah.
And these kind of habits are creating psychosomatic as well as psychospiritual disorders in later stages in the life, which should be prevented.
So the parents out there should be really keeping an eye on their kids to see if they have that that habit, and considering getting some mental health or counseling for their child. How concerned are you with the amount of nail polish and fake nails that is out there? You mentioned the DNA that I had read that study recently too, that it's, you know, that light is very damaging. But what about the actual polish? Because a lot of the times people don't even see their nails. There's a lot of women out there that probably don't even have not seen the nails haven't seen sunlight in years. Now, how concerned are you about that, as far as does having that on the nails affect the overall well-being of a person?
Yeah, depends upon, actually, you know, nails and nail paints is a big privilege for a woman, isn't it? Having beautiful nails on your hand basically add on the beauty of an individual lady, right? And that's why most of the time, I still remember the case where I was working in the hospital, and the lady had to go for a surgery. And before the surgery, we need to remove everything because nails are a very important sign. And the husband was giggling that my lady just put a nail paint early in the morning before visiting the hospital, and you're removing it now. And because nails are so important for knowing so many things. So if you get a blue nail, so if you tie a rubber band, you will see it will turn blue, which means the blood supply is reduced. So anything which is happening in your body, if you have a blood supply less, you're getting hypoventilated, or you're having dyspnea, your nails, or you're having cyanosis, your nails will immediately turn. And even the rings, you know, sometimes the rings get tight and your nails turn blue. So make sure if you're using the nail paint, you should use it if it's an important event. Make sure the product is very natural and is with less chemicals, and there are very good standards that drug and cosmetics acts in every country have, and brands have, and they sell a good one. So make sure while using those things, this will save your money, and it will help you in giving that money to somebody else's pocket as well, rather than just putting in your wardrobes and your mirrors full of nail paints and doing nothing. So using them in a wise way would be very beneficial, and pretty natural is also as beautiful as it's with the colors. And I think there's a lot of trend of artificial nails. Yes, it's good for some time if you have a wedding or some special occasions, but don't make a part of your life. They are not important. I think I would request all the ladies to look at your nails and feel good about it as well.
That's great advice, because I think culturally now it's the norm to have these very, very long nails, especially in the United States. The nails are so long, and I always wonder, I'm like, how do you clean it underneath there and keep it clean, right? It's kind of concerning.
It's not only that, I think it hampers your normal jobs as well. Yes. All the things you can't hold them.
Absolutely. Or you can probably damage yourself if you're just trying to itch your hair or something, you lacerate yourself with them. Seema, did you have any questions for Dr. Amrita?
I did actually. So I'm one of those culprits who went and had my gel nails done recently. I don't do it very often, but I do it once in a while if I'm going for an occasion or, to a party or something. And I developed eczema all over my eyes. Oh. It's gone now. And a friend of mine actually said to me, I said, I've got eczema on my eyes. He said, go and have your nails painted recently. And I said, you know what, funnily enough, I did. And they said, well, there you are. Maybe that's the reason why. So this is going to be a no-no. And I'm going to follow what Amrita says, unless you have a very, very special occasion. And as you were having this discussion, what I did is I said, let me think to myself. So if you look at my screen right now, if I were to share it, it's got plant-based nail polish, organic nail polish, non-toxic nail polish. Because I'm thinking now, what other ways I can have my nails done?
This, Seemaji, reminds me of a very important news. There was a news in the newspaper where a lady died, and the death cause was she recently painted her nails and she ate the food actually. Toxic. And that was toxic. And that was the cause of her death.
That makes so much sense.
Yes. So we don't care about all these things. So this is a part of our life. But that was on the news, which highlighted the use of cosmetic and wise use of these cosmetic. And so these things can be potentially dangerous as well.
I'm huge on plant-based, I mean vegan makeup and everything, and preferably organic brands, etc. But the nail paint is something I actually overlooked. I have to be honest with you, when I went that day, the smell of the chemical was so strong, and now when I think back and I think about it, it must have been that, because it's cleared up now. I'm just thinking how to get this off now. I have to go in. There's a special way they take it off, and it actually ruins your nail bed. All these, hard gel nails and soft gel nails, whatever they have. Do you think of the olden days? Nail paint was also a part of the 16 shingar of a woman, or the 15 shingars of a woman. And in Bengal, they use something very beautiful called alta.
Alta, yeah.
Alta, which is like a red henna, and that's non-toxic. Am I right?
Yes, true.
And then in the Arab countries, they use henna.
True.
So you think, where did nail paint have its origins? As kajal. In fact, I remember my grandmother used to make us surma or kajal or eyeliner out of almond and camphor.
Yeah.
At home. Beautiful. And she used to say it's good for our eyes. Traumatize us running around with that metal, in that little metal thing.
Put it like this,
We used to be traumatized, as children running away from it. She used to say, come back here, I have to put this in your eye. But it's so beautiful the way I reflect back on my many trips to India, Sheila and Dr. Amrita, and I would think to myself, I said, here I am, trying to learn more about Ayurveda and, about Ayurvedic self-care prescriptions. And my grandmother, we used to go there. She used to make almond and camphor eyeliner for us. She would make the best udvartana scrubs, if that's what they're called, with lentils and turmeric. And that's what they were, right? Udvartana scrubs. And we think of hair oils, what is it called? They call it sneha now, loving hair oils with coconut oil and fenugreek seeds and curry leaves. And then you think about Abhyanga massages, she would get the we're from Punjab, so we like to use mustard oil, right? Which smells really bad. Or nowadays we use coconut oil or sesame oil or bala tel or whatever. And there she'd be, getting us, rubbing us down with this oil and then getting this scrub. They had the Ayurveda right, our grandmothers. They knew what they were doing.
Absolutely.
They really did.
Everything they tell us, it's like now it's almost like pop culture now. It's like, hey, almonds are good for you, or walnuts are good for your brains. And our great grandparents were talking about this so many years ago, right?
So we used to have this one ritual in our family. Okay, exams are the exams are coming. My mom, in those days they had telegrams, they didn't have phones also. They used to send a telegram, or they used to have what we called in Kenya trunk calls.
Trunk calls, right.
You would book them through the operators. And we'd have those dialer phones. It was such a sacred way we lived. And my grandmother.
Now I don't think so. People have that much of patience actually.
I don't even know my daughter's phone numbers, to be honest with you, because I just press a button. It's got their name. This is horrifying. I should really think of my daughter's phone numbers and remember them. In those days, I used to remember everybody's phone. Brain power was so much higher in those days. And so, of course, Shilpa ji, we need her around a lot more to exercise our brain. But I still remember it was such a special time that when we had our exams, my mom would call my grandma and say exams. And my mom would say, Tambagoy, have you soaked the almonds? And now all of a sudden the world has gone from eating dry almonds with the skin, which is somewhat toxic in a way, to sprouting your almonds, which means soaking them because they become living foods. So, the way we've had everything, we've lost it. Yeah. And now we're all dying to go back to basics. We used to go to the ration shop in Kenya. And we used to buy our ration in paper bags. And then plastic came in. And now what do we want to do? We want to revert back to basics. So it's a cycle, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a cycle, basically. True.
It's a cycle.
Yeah.
Are you seeing a lot of obviously a long time ago we didn't have so much toxicity, right? Seema, like, none of this huge amount of pollution that we have.
Oh, yes.
All the toxic chemicals in foods and additives and sugar. Are you seeing the nails have changed over the years from toxicity in the environment? Does it show up on the nails?
It's very hard to see nails these days because everybody has those gel nails on, or those extension versions on. Everywhere I go, there's so much glam around me. I'm like, oh, okay. And so it's hard to say. It's something I haven't really had a look at. But one thing I want to want to emphasize on is what Dr. Amrita said, and she shared a very lovely story about the lady having her nails done just before going into hospital. Well, that's exactly what I did just before I delivered my second daughter. I had my nails done the day before. I went for a manicure, pedicure, and I had nail polish, and I went back. And the nurse was like, "Hiya," in Chinese. Nico Amia, just taking my nail polish off. I was like, no, I just had this. She said, no, I have to. You go into operation theater. I have to check it. It was really, really interesting. Your nails do speak a language of your body on their own. And so does the tongue, as per Ayurveda. Am I right?
Yeah, try. Yes. Sure.
Every Ayurvedic physician I've gone to has told me. My mother always told me not to stick my tongue out at other people. It was bad manners. And every Ayurvedic physician I went to tells me, stick your tongue out at me.
Yeah, I also tell people I need to see their tongues actually to know a lot of things about it. So I see the nails, I see the tongue, I see a lot of things actually. So yeah.
I think our founder director wants to say something.
Yes, I think.
This is very exciting. A nail is one of the only part of the body that you can see with your naked eyes very fast and easily. Anything else, for example, your mouth and teeth, you need to go to dentist. For your eyes, you need optician. For your ears, you need ENT and a throat and nose. Nails you can visually see. So if you want to have a healthy nail, try to eat proper, good food. You can still turn the clock back on nails if you go for leafy greens, easy smooth nuts, fruits and vegetables. So the soft pink color of the nail with the apple white shades on them is the best color to have. You will not need any varnish. You will not need to worry about the toxins and have problems when you try to remove it. So I suggest, let's go natural and let's go green. And just before that, you mentioned the tongue. So let's go to the mouth and body connection to Sila Dobi's presentation. Seema, Amrita, hang around because it'd be nice to go to that session now and we can chit chat again. Women empowerment. Here we go.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. I definitely want to make sure everyone stays around, especially Dr. Amrita and Seema, because I know you guys have such wonderful questions and I'd love to get some ideas on healthy alternatives for toothpaste. So my presentation, I'm going to start sharing my screen. 1 second. Hold on. I just, I created a little presentation here. So just let me know that you can see my screen.
Yes, it's loud, it's clear and full screen. So go ahead, please.
Perfect. So today I just really want to talk about the mouth and body connection and the importance of why we need to keep our mouth healthy. So there is a direct link between oral health and the body. And research have shown, if you can see on this screen here, that if you have a lot of bacteria in the mouth and it stays underneath the gum, that blood supply runs through your entire body, holding that bacteria, it's very unhealthy for you. And especially in the last couple of years, there've really been a lot of research showing that link. And this slide really shows us some of the links. Now, first, we're looking at Alzheimer's and dementia. And research has shown that chronic gum disease, if you have that for more than 10 years, you have a 70% chance of having a higher risk of Alzheimer's. Then we have respiratory disease, and that is basically issues with the lungs, higher risks of pneumonia and respiratory infections with gum disease. People with obesity also have a higher risk of gum disease, and men and women with a history of gum disease are 14% more likely to develop cancer than those with healthier gums. So as you can kind of see, they're very, very linked. And that's why this presentation is going to be telling you about why we have to take care of our oral health. So moving to the next part, osteoporosis. There's now studies showing links between periodontal disease and osteoporosis, especially in women. People with gum disease are 3% more likely to die from a stroke because of that bacteria running through the bloodstream, running through the brain, and also 2 times more likely to die of heart attacks. And also sexual and reproductive issues like preeclampsia, low birth weight, fertility issues, and erectile dysfunction. So next, we're going to be talking about diabetes. Now, diabetes is a massive issue worldwide right now. And we really, really need to be making sure that patients with diabetes are taking great care of their oral health. Because if you're having diabetes and bleeding, the gums increases your risk of premature death by 400 to 700%. So that is a huge issue. And we, in our clinic, we often see a lot of patients that have diabetes that have really, really poor oral hygiene. And even once cleaning up that bacteria in their mouth, their diabetes does improve a little bit because they're kind of related to each other. Rheumatoid arthritis, research has shown that there's an association between gum disease and rheumatoid arthritis. So the key is, why is this happening? It's really that bacteria running through the bloodstream. So we have to be working on getting that bacteria out. So there's a couple of easy steps. First is flossing. And the reason flossing is important is because it gets the bacteria out from in between the teeth. There is no other way of getting the bacteria out from in between the teeth than flossing. So all you have to do is get a piece of floss, and any floss works, and you just need about this much floss, wrap it around your fingers, and make sure you're going in between the teeth all the way down to the gum. And it's okay if the gums are bleeding. That's okay. It just means that there's some inflammation there, and you can just keep flossing. Eventually the bleeding will stop. Now, you don't want to go too deep and like cause trauma there, because that's not healthy, because you're damaging the gums. But you just want to go as far down as you can, and you feel some resistance in the gums, bring it up, and then on the other teeth. And then what happens there is that way you can actually clean in between the teeth. The next thing that you want to do to make sure that bacterial load is minimum in your mouth is brushing. And if you get yourself I prefer medium, soft toothbrushes as opposed to very heavy, hard toothbrushes, because what happens if you're using a hard toothbrush, you can actually damage your teeth and your gums and wear them down. So you want to be using any kind of toothbrush or electrical toothbrush, and you want to be making sure it has a roundward movement where the gum and the tooth meets, because that's where most of the bacteria is. So you're trying to get that bacteria away from the gum. You also want to limit sugar, and I'm going to discuss with you why that is an issue in a second, and limit the amount of acidity, because that's what a lot of bacteria will grow if there's an acidic environment. Where does acid come from? A lot of it is from your sodas, lemons. So obviously you need to eat these things, but just eat them in moderation. A lot of the times we see patients that have a habit of like sucking lemons, for example, and it erodes away their enamel on their teeth and it damages their teeth. And we have to be going to the dentist regularly, at least every 6 months to a year. And the reason is the dentist is the one that's going to be able to see what your bacterial load in your mouth looks like and looking at your risk factors. Now, when you go to the dentist, you'll be getting a routine cleaning done, but they will also be measuring the pockets, the gum pockets, and that is basically the pockets between the gum and the tooth. So a nice analogy that I use is, if you can see here, you can see that if I have a pocket here and bacteria is getting inside there, there's no way your brushing and flossing is able to clean that. But a dentist is able to go inside the pocket between your gum and your tooth, use specialized instruments and clean all that bacteria out. Now, one hint I'm going to tell you is when you go in to get your dental appointments done, you have to make sure your dentist is periodontally probing your gums. Now, what that means is they're taking a measuring device and they're measuring in between the gum and the tooth. And only then are you able to really identify gum disease at an early stage. So you want to be, if you're probing between the gums, they should be no more than 4 millimeters. And as soon as we get to about 5 millimeters, that means that there's some active gum disease that's going on, which means that you really, really have to be making sure that the dentist is on top of it, and they will go in and do some deep cleaning for you and really cleaning that gum area out. And just also note that having that deep cleaning, you really have to go to a good dentist, because sometimes they don't get all the bacteria out. They don't have the latest equipment to make sure everything's cleaned. For example, now there's certain lasers that are out that can actually disinfect the bacteria underneath the gum really well and really clean everything out so that you have a good clean surface and it eliminates that harmful bacteria. So that's the key, really. These are the easy steps. These are the basics that I tell all my patients. Make sure you're flossing at least twice a day, especially after you've eaten, brushing your teeth, and limiting the amount of sugar and acids, and visiting your dentist. That's all you need to do to maintain your oral health. Now, one thing that a lot of people don't realize is how damaging sugar is to your health. And sugar is the number one cause of gum disease in patients and in causing cavities. Because what happens is that sugar that you eat, or anything acidic, it feeds off the bacteria feeds off of that sugar, and it causes demineralization of the tooth surface. So this image here that you can see on the right there is actually a tooth that I pulled out of a patient's mouth. And this was a young girl that came in for an appointment, and she had a big abscess here that you can see on her cheek. That abscess could have easily spread up into the sinuses And it can be even dangerous to the point that there have been people that have died from tooth decay because that bacteria leaches into the brain system. So it's very important, especially with children, that they're getting their routine checkups done, and that you are brushing and flossing your child's teeth from a very, very early age. I see a lot of parents don't realize that they need to floss their kids' teeth. How do you know when to start flossing your kids' teeth? Is the moment their teeth coming out and they start being next to each other and food can stick in there, you need to go in and start flossing their teeth. Because luckily this patient came in, we extracted this tooth and was able to drain out the abscess, and within a couple of days she was doing wonderfully. Now I have a couple of slides I just want to show you about just what's possible in dentistry. Here we have a patient of mine, and his whole life he had bacteria in his mouth, drinking a lot of soda, and this ended up damaging his teeth. So we ended up being able to restore his teeth and giving him a new healthy smile. And this is another patient of mine. She lost a lot of teeth, and we were able to completely restore her smile. And here, another patient also. The reason I like to show these is just to remind you just how wonderful dentistry is. And there is, even if you have teeth missing, or you've lost teeth from cavities or from gum disease, there's so much that the dentist can do. We can make dentures, we can place implants, we can do bridges. So just go to see your dentist and kind of discuss your options there. Just because you have, maybe have some issues doesn't mean that it can't be fixed. Now, I actually want to spend some time talking about sugar and dental health. Does anyone have any questions before I move on so far? And you can always ask me at the end, or I can, continue, and then we can ask any questions. I'm just going to check in and make sure that there's no questions.
Yes, please carry on, and then we'll chat at the end. Thank you, Ova.
Perfect. So it's so nice to hear someone, Neil, when you're doing a presentation, because you're kind of talking to yourself, and then it's always like, can they hear me out there? So thank you for chiming in there.
We are all good in your presentation because it's very specific. It's showing example, and then you're talking over it. So I think it's a very useful tool to have somebody very specific with the picture, vision, and bit of description. So please go ahead.
Thank you. So this is something I really want to spend a little bit of time on, is sugar and dental health, because this is the one thing that is so damaging to people's teeth, and that is sugar. And over here, I took a picture of a nutrition label. Now, a lot of people don't know, they're like, oh, I'm eating this, it's pretty healthy, it looks healthy. But so much processed food, so much packaged food has sugar in it. And if you look here on this nutrition label, this is where you need to look to see how much sugar you have in the food. Now, here you can see it says total sugar is 12 grams. And then it says includes 10 grams of added sugar. So actually, that's a lot of sugar in whatever this item is. So the other thing that is very, very deceiving, and I want to show you this tip today, is you have to look at the serving size. Now, what do I mean by serving size? Now, sometimes what manufacturers have very intelligently and smartly and deviously done is there'll be, let's say, a packet of chips or crisps, and it will say that it has a certain amount of something in it. It'll say 10 grams of sugar. But that bag has a serving size of 2, because nobody really eats half of a bag of anything nowadays. They'll eat the whole amount. Or they'll say a can of soda has 2 serving size, which means that there's 2 servings in there. And when they put in there the total sugar is 12, it's actually 24, because the serving size is double. Now, if anyone has any questions about this, I'll go through it at the end, because it's very important that you understand this concept. So the nutritional fact, when you read that label, you really have to be looking at the serving size, and then you have to be looking at the total sugar that's in there and any added sugar. So this label reading is very, very, very important. So anyone, for your kids, in anything that they're eating, you will be so surprised where sugar is in your diet. And now that I've encouraged you to like start reading labels, I really want you to go out into your pantry or wherever you keep your food. Just go in there and start looking at the sugar content. You will be so surprised. So what do these numbers mean? If something has whatever amount of grams of sugar, you divide it by 4, it will tell you how many teaspoons of sugar in it. So I'm sure it'd be very different if you looked at a can of soda and it told you it had 12 teaspoons of sugar in it. You probably wouldn't want to touch it. But by telling you grams, it can be quite deceiving. So if something has 26 grams, you divide that by 4, that means there's 6.5 teaspoons of sugar. But remember to check the serving size, because you have to adjust that number based on the serving size. Where is sugar hiding? Sugar is absolutely everywhere. If you go into a shopping aisle, they suspect about 80% of our packaged food has some form of sugar, if not higher. And it's hidden in ketchup, tomato ketchup, a huge source of sugar. A lot of salad dressing. So you think you're eating something really healthy and you're drizzling it a lot with your salad dressing. Have a look at the dressing. Look how much sugar's in there. Your pasta sauces, your flavored yogurt. Again, you think you're eating something really healthy. You're having yogurt, but no, there's so much sugar in there. Now, the biggest thing that I've noticed with my patients is when they come in and they have kids that have decay on their teeth. And I asked the parent, I'm like, do they have a lot of sugar in their diet? And the mom says to me, no. I give them fruits and vegetables, and then I give them fruit juice. And they don't realize a lot of the fruit juices have such a high sugar concentration in there. And unfortunately, what's happening is with clever marketing that's going on, a lot of people don't realize how bad these drinks are. When you read the label, not only do they have sugar, but they have acid that's eroding your teeth. And then on there, it will say fortified with minerals and vitamins, great for your kids' teeth. But it's not telling you about the sugar content and the acidity. So fruit juices, store-bought, are often really, really bad for your kids' teeth and your teeth, obviously. So packaged foods, cereals, and that's another thing that is causes a lot of tooth decay, because what happens is you get up in the morning, you have your cereal, and then you rush off to work. Now, a lot of the cereal is crunchy, has nuts in it, sits in the crevices of your teeth. You go to work, and then you realize that you haven't brushed your teeth, but that food just sits there, and then the bacteria comes in, eats away, and then demineralizes your teeth, and then you get cavities. And once you get a cavity, if you don't treat that cavity, it then becomes a root canal that can lead to an abscess. And then you need some kind of a root canal nail or crown. So cereals are one of the biggest forms of cavity producing things that people just don't know about. Crackers, bread, a lot of the time there's added sugars in bread. And a lot of restaurant food has added sugar in there. Why does it have added sugar in there? Because when you eat sugar, it gives you a chemical rush into your brain and makes you feel happy. And if you're eating happy foods, you're going to be loving your restaurants. So you really have to be looking at, when you're dining out, there's a lot of sugar in a lot of the foods, and a lot of it is hidden, so you don't know about it. There are 61 to 68 hidden sugar names. Here is just a few of them that I have listed. Take your time and kind of look through this list. So what a lot of manufacturers will do on the nutrition label, they will say, little sugar, minimum sugar. But then when you look at the labels, you will see a lot of these names on there. And you'll be like, oh, there's no sugar in here because it has glucose in there, or it has maltose in there, or molasses, or sucrose. But these are just different names of sugar. And it's a way that manufacturers are getting away with having high sugar contents in food and you not knowing about it. And please feel free, if you have a camera there on your phone, just take a little snapshot of that when you're going grocery shopping. These are some of the worst the worst sugars that are out there. Make sure when you're picking your foods in the grocery store that you're looking at the labels and you're just making sure that none of these are on there. And you can easily go online and look at all the other sugars, but these are the common ones that are that are commonly found in food. Now you may say, hey, what about all the alternatives, all the Splendors, all of those kind of products that are out there? The issue is that you really have to be careful, because a lot of these alternatives in processed alternative sugars are actually really bad for your body, bad for your kidneys, bad for your liver, and they can lead to other health issues. So you really want to stay away from processed other sugars that are out there. It might seem like a good idea, but they're really bad for you. Now, I just wanted to run through why going to the dentist is important. Firstly, when you go to the dentist, they're going to be checking for cavities, and they're going to be making sure that if there's any early cavities, it's detected early so that they don't become root canals and you don't end up losing your teeth, because if you have a tooth that has a cavity on there, it makes it susceptible to getting fractured. Also make sure that when you go to your dentist that they are doing an oral cancer screening. So this is something you want to ask for every time you go in, that they are checking for your oral cancer. And what they do is they'll move your tongue to the left, to the right, up, look down the back of the throat, on the sides, and really they'll feel around. They should be feeling your neck, your head area. And if that's not done, you definitely want to be asking for that, because it's very important, especially with cancer being on a rise, to make sure your dentist is checking those areas for you. The dentist also needs to be checking how are your teeth in your mouth? Are they getting worn down? Are they fracturing? Are you having jaw joint issues? Nowadays, especially post-pandemic, I'm finding a lot of my patients are grinding and clenching their teeth. And what that looks like is you're stressed out, and then you're kind of clenching your teeth. And what that leads to is fracture lines on your teeth, and then the teeth get worn down or they actually get fractured. So you have to prevent that from happening. So your dentist can make you some kind of guard that you can wear in the night, or they can actually do what we call like an analysis, a bite analysis. So this is some really amazing equipment that I have in my office. It's a 3D scanning equipment that when a patient has crowding, we're actually able to see where they're biting very heavy. And we can see if they have multiple fracture lines, and then we can actually move their teeth in a protected position so that their teeth don't bite incorrectly. So like here, this person has their teeth in trauma here. As you can see, that the teeth is worn down on the top here. And a lot of the time, your teeth may be in trauma if you have crowding that's happening, or spacing, or you can visibly see some fracture lines on your teeth. So a good dentist will have equipment to be able to analyze your bite using 3D equipment. Will be able to see how is your teeth meeting so that they're biting correctly, because you have to be having your teeth meet correctly. Otherwise, you're prematurely wearing your teeth down. The other thing that's happening is you're not chewing and eating correctly. So a lot of people don't realize that it's very important, your mouth, for chewing and using your enzymes to break down your food. And if you're not chewing effectively, you're not eating effectively, and you're not digesting effectively, because that's your primary source of digestion is from your mouth. And that way your food is getting digested correctly, and your body's not being able to take all the right vitamins and minerals that it needs to. We also want to prevent headaches. A lot of the time, if you are grinding or you're stressed out or clenching, you will develop headaches here in this area. And one way that you can also tell, I'll give you a little tip here, is if you wake up in the morning and you feel your jaw here and it feels a bit tender around here on the area, you may be grinding your teeth. So just where your ear and your jaw meet, if you kind of wake up, kind of feel that area and it feels a little sore, it means that you may have been grinding your teeth in the night. The other reason that it's important to get your dentist to evaluate your teeth is a lot of the times we catch sleep apnea very early. And you really need to be making sure that if you have sleep apnea, you get it treated. Because if you don't have enough sleep, it really affects all parts of your health. It affects your immunity, it affects your mental wellness, and so many other things. Obviously, in this presentation, I don't have that much time to go into that, but at some point I can give a presentation on sleep apnea. And one of the ways that we can help with that is we can actually increase the jaw and make it a little bit wider so that the tongue doesn't go back so far and that you can actually breathe better. And that often helps with snoring. So sometimes just making a snort device or repositioning the jaw or the teeth helps a lot with snoring and sleep apnea. And again, like we mentioned, the dentist will always be checking about the gums, making sure that the bones are healthy, and checking that there's no bleeding going on. If your gums are bleeding, that means that you have some form of gum disease. A tiny bit of blood is kind of okay, but if you're bleeding, your gums are bleeding, you have gum disease. And it could be the first phase, which is the gingivitis, which is just the gum inflammation stage. And that, just really get in there with the flossing and the brushing, but go to the dentist to get a really good cleaning done will prevent the next stage, which is a moderate gum disease. So really, that's why I recommend, going to the dentist routinely. So in summary, and then I'll be available to answer any questions, I just created this really few things that we can focus on to make sure that our oral health is great. Number one, the summary again is brushing and flossing at least twice a day. If you can't do twice a day, then just do once a day. Brushing at least twice a day, but flossing maybe at least once at night. And the best time to do the flossing is just before you're going to bed, so there's no bacteria in the mouth. And something that I want to share with you is this is a habit that you have to create, and try and link it with something else that you do. So I say to my patients, link it to something that you do routinely every day, like showering. So in your shower, have a cup, have your floss. So as you're showering, go in and floss your teeth and put the dirty floss in that cup. And at the end of the week, you can throw out the dirty floss. But if you link it to something else that you're doing, you're more likely to do it. You want to limit the sugar in your diet by reading labels and really paying attention to that. That's something I really, hopefully at the end of the presentation, after we conclude, if you can go into your pantry and just look at all your foods and just circle the ones with a red marker that are high sugar, so that you know that you should really have those once in a while. Number 3, visit your dentist, making sure that you're asking for perioprobing at least once a year. The perioprobing was the probing that I was saying, where they're monitoring the gum disease. Limiting the acidic foods, and being mindful of the toothpaste ingredients. I'll touch upon this a little bit. There's a lot of chemicals in toothpastes, and if you brush your teeth with them, a lot of the time you're swallowing these things and they're not healthy for you. And it's really important to make sure that you're looking at the ingredients in toothpastes and you're picking things that are more on the natural side. You also want to make sure you're not using toothpaste that is too abrasive. So there are some toothpastes that are actually so abrasive that they can wear down that first layer of enamel and cause sensitivity. And the best way to do that is you go online and you look up abrasive index. And whatever toothpaste you use, have a look at where it ranks on that. And you want the things that have the least abrasive index in there, because those are the ones that are more gentle on your gums and teeth. Number 6 is make sure your bite is checked by your dentist to make sure that it's not in trauma. Number 7, make sure that your dentist is giving you a full oral cancer screening. Number 8 is the one that we all know about, which is eating more fruits and vegetables. And the reason I put that in there, it's because your body can heal itself. And eating the right foods, which is often the fruits and the vegetables, means that you're giving your body its biggest chance to be able to heal and have good oral health. And finally, this is my Instagram page. If you just have a camera and you put it over that QR code, you'll be able to follow me. And I have a lot of very informative content on there. I'm always talking about health and wellness and how to protect your teeth and how to maintain your oral health. You can communicate with me on there. And that's my book on the side there. This is the book that I wrote. And it's on Amazon and all the bookstores. So thank you so much. I hope this was informative. I would love for anyone to have any questions to ask me, and I can help out.
Yeah,
Sheila,
thank you, Sheila. Yes.
Sheila, what a wonderful session and easy to use. If you could stop screen sharing, yes, and we have some questions, and then we'll move to Seema and Amrita there. So Samantha from Wales is asking, when should we drink lime or lemon infused water? Are they harmful to teeth?
So that's a great question, because lemon and lime are great for your health, but the best way to do that is by drinking it from a straw. So I always say to my patients, put a straw in. Even if you're trying to prevent staining of your teeth and you drink a lot of tea and coffee, drink it through a straw.
Okay, so they're useful drink to have, but don't touch your teeth with them. Although I believe they turn alkaline once it gets into the body, the drink.
Yeah,
okay,
you just don't want to coat your teeth with anything acidic.
The next question is from Marita from Barcelona. Are dental decay issues hereditary? And what are your comments on Mediterranean diets?
So the first question is it hereditary? Yes, there is a hereditary part to dental health, and it comes in a couple of folds. First, your teeth can be more weak than it's about like the thickness of the enamel. Certain people have very good quality enamel, that's the outer layer of your teeth. And some people just have weak teeth. Second, it could be what your mother was taking when you were in the womb. If your mother was taking tetracycline or antibiotics, for example, it can actually it can weaken the teeth, it can discolor the teeth as you get older. You'll see these like darker lines. Thirdly, the bacteria in your mouth. So if your mother had a natural birth, for example, your mouth is colonized with a lot of really good bacteria. But if you were C-sectioned, you often don't have that healthy bacteria in your mouth. So what happens is you have to learn to control the bacteria that's in your mouth. And a good dentist, a good holistic dentist, like we know how to work with harmful bacteria and reduce that load and have the beneficial bacteria in your mouth. And also, don't feel so discouraged if you feel that you've got genetically bad teeth, because there are things that you can do to maintain your teeth and keep them healthy, even if you have bad genes as far as on the genetic front. Just keep them clean, keep flossing them, stay away from the sugars, stay away from the acidic foods, because the acidic foods, if you have poor genetic teeth, they're really gonna damage your teeth a lot faster. Make sure you're using toothpaste that's not abrasive. Drink through a straw. Don't eat ice. Don't eat heavy, chompy foods. Don't bite your nails. Like just use your teeth for just chewing. And then in the night, you can get your dentist to make you a guard so that you're protecting your current teeth. Or you can make even retainers for upper and lower teeth that in the night, they'll protect the upper and the lower teeth so that your teeth are protected.
So the short answer is that they are hereditary. However, don't be dismayed. You can correct them or you can retard them. And your comments on Mediterranean diets, because that's what they are on mainly. What do you feel?
Mediterranean diets are great because they don't have that much sugar in them, right? a lot of maybe the food that you have to stay away from is anything that has sugar in there, and any diet that has a lot of just good healthy proteins, vegetables, fruits is all great. There's a lot of it. You don't have to be a meat eater. There's a lot of vegans that have great teeth, vegetarians that have great teeth. As long as you're getting a good healthy source of proteins. One thing I do want to talk about diet is a lot of people are like, milk is really good for your teeth, right? And you have to be very careful with that. So milk is very different now than it was back in the day, or coming from a cow where it was not processed and nothing was added to it, or was coming from a goat. Nowadays, a lot of milk has actually added sugar in it. You'll be so surprised. And the milk quality is not like it used to be. So you don't actually need milk for healthy teeth. That's a very common misconception out there. And just normal fruits and vegetables is good.
Superb. So Mediterranean diet, all the Spanish people keep on eating what you're eating. It seems okay. And Pushpa from Portugal says, how to whiten the teeth naturally?
So that's a difficult one to answer if I can't see what your teeth look like, because whitening, a lot of the time you have to figure out, why is your teeth dark in the first place? If your teeth is dark because you've got staining genetically, then you're going to have to do proper whitening. Like there's no other, because that's kind of from the inside. So there are whitening products that you can use. I would use more, if you're going to get whitening done professionally, carbamide peroxide is much more gentle on the teeth than hydrogen peroxide. Because what happens is it could be very, hydrogen peroxide, if you use a high amount of it, can be very intense for your teeth, causing dehydration and sensitivity. Carbamide peroxide is a little bit, just a bit more gentler. And then there's remineralizing agents that you can use on your teeth to help you with that process. Now, if you're just generally finding that your teeth get stained easily, you have to look at what you're eating and drinking. And a lot of causes of staining is the tea and the coffee. You know, every day we have our tea, we have our coffee, and then we're sipping it throughout the day. And I can see Seema's having a little laugh there. That must be her. So what happens is your teeth get stained. So if that's happening, drink through a straw. If it's because you have multiple fracture lines on your teeth and stuff is getting stuck in there, that happens. So again, you need professional whitening. So the best thing to do, because I can't see what your teeth look like, is just get a consultation from your dentist. Look up the materials if you're going to whiten professionally. Make sure you're not using any harsh chemicals, because there's safe ways of whitening and then there's unsafe ways of whitening. So you want to be doing it safe so that you don't damage your teeth in the long run.
Thank you, Sheila. And Pushpa, if you are still listening in Portugal, fly to California and you might get a free consultation from Dr. Sheila Dobby. Sheila, we've got one more question. Then I want to jump to Amrita for a natural teeth whitener, if she's got any, Ayurveda one, before we move. And then Seema has also got some comments. There is our team member, Vaishali, who reports for our beauty and makeup. She's asking, does nutrition help in building strong gums since early childhood? If yes, what kind of vegetarian food supports good gum health?
So yes, that is something that's really important. A good, again, fruits and vegetables. And that's probably something Dr. Amrita can talk about on the Ayurvedic sense. I'll defer to you, because yes, everything that you're putting in your mouth is going to affect you at some point health-wise. So it's really important to be eating the right foods, making sure your foods have calcium in there, zinc in there. Most of those foods that are healthy are the leafy green vegetables. And Dr. Amrita, did you want to chime in? Because I know this is your specialty, is building up the body with nutrition.
Because you have covered so many beautiful aspects, which are so important, I would say. I would also like to touch on the art of chewing the food. So how you eat and how you chew the food makes a big difference. And that also depends upon people to people. And based upon, like, as in Ayurveda, we talk about people with different constitutions. So people, most of the time I've found, are on the table. So some of the time when you are dining together, you can see somebody is eating very fast. Some is so slow. Some of them they eat, or especially the kids, when nowadays they're watching something and the moms make them watch something and they're eating, the food is in the mouth for a very long time. And then sometimes they just swallow it without chewing. Sometimes your stress and mental level can also impact your chew and your bite capability. So basically, apart from the food that you choose, how are you eating that? In what way it has been processed makes a big difference for your dental hygiene as well. And then that impact of the way you are chewing the fibers, if you're taking up a salad or you're preparing up a smoothie. Nowadays, because of food processing industries, the food, hardly people take a time to chew the food. We in India have got the sugar canes where people used to just rip off the sugar canes and then chew it well and very healthy. And I've got other tips as well. But then that biting process and chewing it itself is a very important process for your health and hygiene, because if your food is undigested, which you call as ama will be stayed, that is can be due to you're not chewing it properly. Your mind wasn't there. And then because your tongue releases amylase, salivary amylase, and many other enzymes that help in the digestion of the food, which has an interaction with the biomolecules of the food, which might impact your oral cavity to a greater extent, may also make a big difference. So whether you're having a chocolate or you are having an ice cream makes a big difference. Or sipping up, whatever means you're using for eating a particular food item, that has to be seen what, how, and in what way. So that is why the dining habits were being made. Why you need to concentrate, because it impacts your chewing habit as well.
Thank you, Amrita. We've got Hayat here. Hayat from UK is saying that, okay, you mentioned the greens, but what for those people who have got hypothyroid, who cannot eat the greens, any alternatives to the greens to supplement for strong teeth and gums? Either one of you, Sheila or Amrita.
Amrita, you want to?
Yeah, please, can you repeat the question?
So Hayat says that, okay, you mentioned about the greens, but what about those who have got hypothyroid? So what are the alternatives to greens? Maybe they can use as a supplement for stronger teeth and gum. And the gum question was asked by Vaishali as well. So from you two, I gather, and we can summarize that fiber-rich fruits and vegetables could be good for strong teeth and gums. Maybe foods with fluoride will help as well. And plain yogurt, I mean, that's me saying what I think would be very good, but you two can add. So I think, Hayat, your question is very specific and one needs to understand more. But Sheila, you may come in here for if you ever had people with hypothyroid, what would you suggest?
So generally, any fruits and vegetables are good for you. And if you need any kind of, obviously nowadays, another issue that's happening is with the content of fruits and vegetables are just not as good as they used to be, like with the proper farming. So for example, I'll just give you, before kale, like you'd eat one bit of kale and it would give you such a good amount of vitamins and nutrition. But over the years, what's happened is the soil hasn't been treated that well. So now you need like 7 pieces of kale to eat to get the same amount of nutrition. Correct. So you have to do a lot of variety of fruits. So I always say eat the rainbow. So when you're creating a plate of food, just lots of colors like bell peppers. And if obviously medically, if you can't have something because of your thyroid, have other fruits and vegetables that you can. Because when you're eating the rainbow, you know that's how you're going to get the best of everything from that. The other thing is there are simple things that you can do that are actually good for your gums. And I know Dr. Sharma can talk a little bit about this, but like, for example, coconut oil. Now, coconut oil has laurenic acid in there, which is something that's really good for your gums. And it's called oil pulling. And it's something that it's been around for many, many generations. Now, if you have very active gum disease, it's not gonna help that much. But as a preventative measure, if you're pretty healthy and you want to have your supplementation of your great foods that you're eating, you can take a teaspoon of coconut oil, but you have to be swishing for about 15 minutes. It can't be a quick, like a minute. It's got to be 15 minutes swishing around, letting that get into the gum areas and spitting out. And that is pretty good for you. So if you're having, you can't have your leafy greens, you could have everything else in the rainbow that you can eat, health that pertaining to your diet, and then having the coconut oil swishing, that helps also. Hopefully that helps.
We've got Seema who had a question in a comment. So Seema, we go to you before we move over to what was the solution before the days of toothpaste with Amrita. Okay, so Seema, over to you. Your question.
Thank you very much. So basically, you touched on exactly what I was going to say. You spoke about coconut oil and oil swishing or oil pulling, as we call it. And Ayurveda does actually, Amrita ji, over to you on this. Ayurveda, India's ancient school of science, celebrates oil pulling as a great means to pull the toxins out of your mouth. Now, we have different oils we use with oil pulling. There's coconut, of course. There's sesame, am I right?
Yeah.
Amrita ji, and they have several different combinations of oils for swishing. Now, what I wanted to touch on here is what about our ancient grandmothers and the celebrated school of thought with Datun, Amrita ji. Right? My grandmother used to have this wooden stick, okay? And she would sit there for hours chewing on it. She would literally chew the stick into a brush, okay? And she would sit on a what we call a charpai, or we call it a patla in Kenya. It's like a really low chair, and she would sit in the patio and she would chew on it. And she would sit brushing her teeth, and she would have a lot of saliva and she'd spit it out. She lived to be over 80. Okay, we used to call her Mataji. This was my dad's mom. Okay, we used to literally call her the commander-in-chief of the army because she used to walk left, right. Amrita, you know what I'm talking about, the hardcore Punjabi grandmother with all her teeth, who ran a household with 12 children, very strong, very dominating. And she was healthy like there was no tomorrow. And she would do this datun, and she wouldn't only use neem. She would also use, am I right, manjishta or some other manjishta, and what else? Can you touch up some more on that as an alternative to toothpaste?
Sure. First, let me answer her question. So basically, if you have thyroid problems and you're cutting down with some of the greens, basically, it's not always that you need to completely cut off with the greens. So some of the greens, if you can have sometimes, it's no issue. Secondly, in the older times, we have a habit, like in India, we used to do kunja. There's very commonly called it kula, where you had to drink water and then you put it in your mouth and you gargle. So basically, you're drinking a water and you swash, So you move your tongue and you move your cheek. So this kind of an activity is a very good activity which can be oriented not only with the oil. So oil pulling became a big fashion in a coming time of last 2 years. But before that, people had been using a lot of other decoctions and other methods that were being employed for doing an exercise. So when virtually you're doing oil pulling with any of the oils, you are virtually giving a good massage to the muscles of your cheeks, as well as it is also helping you in ETMG joint, so the temporomandibular joint, basically. And these kind of things will be helping you to enhance your oral health in general. Apart from that, some seeds can be used, which can be powdered by you, And those seeds can also be chewed. So the powders, when you chew them, they're pretty hard as a coat, and that can be utilized by you for chewing. And whenever you are chewing that, it's a good exercise apart from just having the fibers. Secondly, the concept of datuns, which is very common, and I have been discussing about it. So my dad used to give me, we have the walnut tree, and the walnut tree leaves in the morning to chew. And I brought this licorice. So this is licorice, and this can be soaked overnight, and then you can just put it in your mouth and chew it very slowly, not to damage. And once the bristles are open, so once the fibers of this open up, they can be a very good toothbrush for you. So basically, these kind of fibers can do the flossing as well. And the most important thing is these plants have got rich tannins, astringents, alkaloids, and many other chemical compounds which are pretty healthy for your oral health. And not only for your oral health, but your emotional health as well. So the flavors, the importance of flavors, which has been listed in Ayurveda, as Dr. Sheila, you mentioned that sweet things are mood elevators. And so the restaurant basically makes sure that you are given sweeteners and the desserts at the end. So you give a happy note for them. But that makes a big sense, actually. So this kind of stuff, which is an astringent, which is going to your mouth, is making your not only mouth fresh, it's an antibacterial, antimicrobial, but it's also freshening your mind, actually. So when you chew them, that's very beneficial. Second thing that I have is about the tooth powder, which I use, which is of Patanjali, maybe, but this is, I'm not promoting any brand or something, but you can use it. And the powders basically are pretty good. So what I do is I take the powder, it's filled up, and I just take a little bit in my hand, like you can see this much, okay? So I've spilled everything on the laptop, sorry. And I use a little bit of my finger, make sure your nails don't damage it. And you put a little bit of water into it. And then after that, you have a little bit of this, which is covering your, the finger, the lines of your finger, right? So you can see how it is being coated. And then you need to apply it on your teeth. And when you move them, you need to move up, down, because the fingers should move up and down. They are also massaging your gums, actually. And with that supply of pressure, as you go and move it in, out, in the same manner, you brush your teeth in a circular manner, in a straight manner. That way, you are also giving an attention to your oral hygiene and your health. And these herbs, which are pretty astringent. So another toothpaste I use is Dantakanti. Again, this is of Patanjali. It's a good brand. I like it, because it has got a lot of herbs. So just to list you, it has got cloves, it has got small cardamom, it has got big cardamom, it has got licorice, it has got curcuma, longa, it has got many other herbs which are a very good role in their own way, not only for the physical health, but for oral and mental hygiene.
So, tastes really bad. I'm sorry. It tastes so bad. Forgive me. Forgive me. I hope the brand doesn't come after me. But really, it's death by toothpaste. Seriously. So I decided to be very adventurous and buy it.
One topic which I want to cover, Dr. Sheila, I want to ask you. Many times students ask me, does fluorine, because fluorine is said to affect the pineal gland, actually, because it causes the calcification of the pineal gland. So what have you to say about that? So should fluorine be used, fluoride toothpaste should be used, and do they have an impact? Have you studied a little bit about that? Yes, please.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the issue is this. It's a love-hate relationship. Unfortunately, for teeth remineralization, fluoride does mineralize the teeth. That's just, that does work. So for example, if you have a very early lesion in the, very early cavity in the enamel, only in the enamel, which is the first layer of teeth, and you apply fluoride on that, it will remineralize it. Is it bad for your health? Absolutely, yes. So would I be saying, hey, use it every single day and swallowing it. Now, if you were having it topically and it wasn't going into the body, that's one thing. But the issue is a lot of the times you're not rinsing the stuff out fully and you're swallowing it. So fluoride isn't a good thing to use for the body long term. And you're absolutely right. So I actually tell my patients a lot of the time, the key is get the bacteria out of your mouth, right? So if you can effectively brush everything and floss everything out, the quality of your toothpaste, as long as it doesn't have that much chemicals in there and it has a little bit of abrasion in it to just get everything clean, you don't need anything that has fancy 50 items in there, right? You don't need a toothpaste that has a bunch of ingredients that you can't read on there, because that can't be healthy for you. So you're absolutely right. You want to be staying as natural as possible, and staying away from as many chemicals as possible.
I have a question. What about water flossing? You see these devices around with all the water gushing everywhere.
So water flossing is good, but it doesn't replace actual flossing. Because the biggest issue with actual flossing, even if you're using the licorice or whatever, is you have to get underneath the gum. 90% of people don't go deep enough when they're flossing. They just go click, click, click. And they think what it's doing is it's getting the stuff in between the teeth, but it's not getting in between the gums. So when you're going where the tooth and the gum, so if your tooth and your gum meets here, underneath here, your floss has to get into that gum. So it has to go all the way down when you feel resistance, and then up, and then all the way down and then up. So the water floss, nothing will get that deep. Water flosses are great for if you have like wisdom teeth area, like back area, or you have gum disease and you've lost a lot of the bone and then you've got big gaps. That's when water flossing is great, in addition to flossing. The other thing is you have to really be flossing like effectively, otherwise it's useless. And I'll give you one tip for flossing. If you get your floss, and then you do a little knot in it, you can actually go in and then you can kind of go back and forth, and that knot actually helps you clean up some extra debris underneath it, because it's got a little ball that kind of goes through.
Will it create more spaces in between the teeth?
No, as long as you're not like pushing down hard. Because a lot of people I'm so glad you brought that up, because so many people are like, oh my gosh, my gums bleed when I'm flossing, so I don't floss, or I'm worried I'm going to create more spaces. No, your body has a miraculous way of healing itself. But what will cause problems is that bacteria that's not getting cleaned out. So you have to go in and clean that out really well. And then the spacing, it won't be happening because you're flossing. It's happening because the bone is dropping down, and then you're getting more spading, or the teeth are shifting. As we age, the lower teeth, sometimes you get more crowding or you get more spacing. The teeth naturally shift. It's not happening because of your flossing.
I have two more questions. The first one is, when we oil pull, the oil thickens within our mouth, right? And very often, you said, okay, you have to oil pull for 15 minutes now. I oil pull, and the oil thickens in your mouth, and it gets harder to oil pull, really, literally, because it gets whipped. You're whipping the oil in your mouth with your saliva, literally. Will that intensity or that, that force pull debris out of in between the teeth?
From what I understand, and maybe Dr. Amrita will explain on an Ayurvedic front, if you're finding it hard to swish, you can just spit it out and take another teaspoon in.
That's what we do.
Yes. And what you're doing is the key ingredients in coconut oil. You're trying to encourage that to kind of go in. And the longer it's there, the better it is. Now, you don't have to, if you're brushing and flossing and getting rid of the bacteria, you don't have to oil pull. This is just an extra thing that you can do. Like, I actually prefer things like oil pulling than using mouthwash, because a lot of the mouthwashes that we have a bunch of chemical in there that gets the mucosa, that tissue inside of your mouth, is so permeable. So I don't want to be having a lot of the chemicals that you're swishing in there absorbing through there. And a lot of the mouthwashes have a high concentration of alcohol in there, and alcohol is linked to oral cancer. And you don't want to be killing off. There's healthy bacteria in your mouth, just like there's healthy bacteria in your gut, there's healthy bacteria in your mouth. So you don't want to be trying to kill all the unhealthy bacteria.
I have
one more. Actually, let's hear his comments, please. Yes, Neil Kumar.
Sheila, Amrita, Seema, this is interesting. We have also one more question. Before that, let me tell people why it's very important not just to floss the teeth part. You need to go well below that, as Sheila says, because when you are eating the food, the process of compressing things like nuts and a harder food are actually shoving food particles beyond the teeth, which gets lodged into the gum. Over the time, they stay there, they decay. You might think you've got a toothache and get that sensation with a cold and a hot drink. Actually, a simple process of removing with a flush will actually make you feel happy, and you don't have to rush to the dentist for what you thought would be emergency is very simply removed here. Don't be scared to floss beyond the teeth, and even if it hurts, it's okay. It should not profusely bleed. If it bleeds profusely, you've damaged it. If it becomes slightly bloody on your floss, that's okay. And you may find that the like nuts and things, once you remove the dislodge, you are repaired. So many a time people panic just for that. So that was just a point I wanted to bring over here since we run the dentistry section separately. What I would like to bring here, we've had a lot of comments with people using turmeric. They say eating turmeric is very healthy and it's a big sensation, but they seem to stain the tongue and the teeth. Now the tongue gets immediately back to the color the following morning, but some people feel that can the teeth and the saliva help the teeth and will it be restored? Both the comments from each one of you. Over.
So unfortunately, first of all, thank you for bringing that point up, Neil. That was actually a very great point that you brought up, because we do get a lot of patients that, let's say they're eating bread and a little piece of the sesame seed will get stuck in the gums, and then they're like, oh my gosh, I'm in pain. And it really is, it's just getting in there and cleaning out because the food is compacting in. So thank you for bringing that. The second point of turmeric, unfortunately, turmeric is one of those things. It stains everything. It stains your hands, your teeth, your like. It's good for you, but it just is everywhere. And it even stains white fillings. You know, when we put fillings on the patient's mouth, a lot of the time, someone that eats a lot of turmeric, it actually will stain that. The only issue is sometimes it can actually stain to the next level of a filling material. I recently found a filling material now I've changed for my patients that eat a lot of turmeric, so that there's less staining in there. So that is possible for fillings, but unfortunately for teeth, yes, they do stain. But the good news is if you're brushing, like after you're eating, you should be able to get a lot of that stain now. Again, the human body is designed to be able to take these natural foods and deal with them.
So we recommend keep on eating turmeric. Obviously, it will go away. Use your saliva to clean it. It's better. I've got another tip here. When you actually eat your food, don't rush to the bathroom to clean your teeth immediately. Your animal is weak at the moment. Don't rub it away. Good practice would be how Dr. Amrita said about gargling and swishing the food. Is still not bacterial, is still not poisonous for 5 minutes in your mouth. Take a small amount of room temperature water. I'm being very specific, 10 ml. If you use 10 ml, which is approximately a 20th of your glass, you can do it 3 times, swish it, take it in, your teeth are clean, but you'll not damage your animal. That's the tip from Dr. Neil Kumar, and now we move over to all of you.
Yeah, I would like to add one thing. Because turmeric nowadays has a lot of additives actually. So artificial colors do a lot of staining. And I have been using natural turmeric, which has grown at my home for years and years now. But I found that a natural turmeric does less staining of the teeth and substances compared to the commercial turmeric. So that also makes up a big difference. So make sure when you buy the turmeric, you see to it. And it's very easy to grow turmeric. It's like a ginger. You can have a very easy, you have a tuber of that, you just can plant it and you can have leaves of that. And one season gives you a good amount of turmeric for using at home. Secondly, I would like to add on to Dr. Sheila that flossing is important, and the art of flossing, as well as what Neil Kumar said about the technique of flossing and the temperature sensitivity, because tooth are very temperature sensitive. So whatever kind of food you're having, it should not be very hot, it should not be very cold, optimum, and take your time before you go for brushing or gargling. Third thing, some herbs can be used. So you can make a clove decoction for yourself and do the gargling of that, because cloves itself is a very good bacteria fiddle. And you can use those herbs naturally for making up a decoction and do gargling of that. So add on to that certain herbs like neem, clove, green cardamom, peppermint. These things can be your natural mouth fresheners and cleansers that will also help you in giving a good fresh breath, as well as it will be acting as a bacteria fiddle and preventing your gums from having the foods being added to it. Yes, thank you.
Dr. Amrita, thank you very much. We have run nearly an hour over, simply because the women empowerment are bringing the right tips and solutions for the people. Seema will go around. We'll go around for everybody and give them a minute. We've got Vaishali, Meeta, and Lata still sitting in the gallery. Maybe they can give their 1 minute comment as well. Seema, your comment first. Over to you.
So we're speaking of women empowerment, right? And of course, women are naturally just so intelligent, wonderful, and beautiful. So on that note, I'd like to say, don't forget to oil pull, all the women out there. Why? Because oil pulling isn't only good for releasing all the toxins in your mouth, pulling out all the icky wicky stuff and everything, but it's really great for all you women out there. Have you heard of a buccal massage? The intraoral massage, the anti-aging facelifting massage, which I do need at my age. Okay, ladies, it works. Oil pull every day, sesame or coconut. Do it. And for those of you, those of you men who don't want to age, fine, oil pull too. You get a buccal massage too. I've said what I had to say. Thank you very much for having me on this session, everybody. Stay blessed.
Stay down, Seema. Thank you very much. We'll go around. Lata, have you got a comment? Unmute yourself and a quick comment from you, please, before Amrita will be doing mantra.
Yeah, I was going to. I enjoyed your presentation, by the way, Sheila. Welcome.
Thank you.
It was brilliant. So what I wanted to ask you was, you mentioned something about the our dentists aren't as good as you are. So I'm coming to you, or I'll ask you to come to me. What I wanted to say is that this thing about the correcting the tooth if you're grinding, and sometimes it's so subtle you might not realize, but sometimes I get some skin in my cheek, that's a bit sore, and I don't know how that's come about, but I like to use something to soothe that, something natural. So I suppose coconut oil, would that be? I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. But I was thinking Bonjela I used to use on the kids and things like that, gripe water. But I don't think that's recommended, is it? It's got chemicals.
You really have to find out what's causing it first. So you got to go in and get it checked out. Like, is it because you're like clenching and grinding your teeth? Because you don't want to be doing that in the night, because you could break the teeth as you get older. Or is it that your mouth is dry? Sometimes if your mouth is dry, and that could be from high blood pressure medications or medications that you're taking, your mouth could be just naturally dry, even from getting older. And when you dry,
you mean the saliva? Do you mean less producing less saliva?
Yeah, less saliva. So it now is more likely to fit and then get inflamed. So you have to be drinking a lot of water, for example. making sure you're always hydrated. And that's something that's beneficial for everybody, is drinking lots of water so that you have a good saliva flow in your mouth, so everything gets washed out, the bacteria gets washed out, the neutralizing effect of saliva works. So in your case, Lata, I would just probably suggest going in and getting it checked out, especially when it happens. So if you wake up and then you see there's a lesion or something in the mouth, that's the day to go to the dentist, or take a photograph of it, take a video of it, so that you can go, when you go in, you can show the dentist, so this is what's going on. They can look at your bite, they can look at your saliva, and they can see what's happening in that area and then treat it accordingly.
And Lata, even better, just take a video and send it to Dr. Sheila Dobby. She might comment to you as well. We got Vaishali there in London. Vaishali, can you unmute yourself? You seem to be outside basking in the sun. You can unmute yourself, Vaishali, if you got a comment.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I would like to say big thank you to Dr. Amrita, Dr. Sheila, and that was awesome presentation by both of you, and that was really helpful. And at the moment, I'm at West End. I'm at Oxford Street. And yeah, it's a beautiful weather, and I just couldn't, stop myself. I just sat at the bench and I was just listening to your conversation, your insights, and it was really helpful. Thank you very much for this beautiful presentation. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Nilkumar, for having me on Healing Our Earth. And yeah, I wish you all very good luck for future presentations. Thank you.
And thank you. To keep your teeth healthy, keep hydrated very well. It's very hot in London. So thank you, Vaishali. Let's move to Meeta. Meeta, your quick comment or a question before we go to closure.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for.
Before Meeta say something, when Sheila ji was actually showing the presentation and you were munching up some sweets, you were smiling like anything.
Yeah, I was in parallel conversation with my daughter. Yeah, I really enjoyed both the Ayurvedic part and the the allopathy part of dentist. I have an issue about enamel being, eroded, and I've been careful when I use the toothpaste. It's the right toothpaste and everything. But if I missed anything, I might contact you, Dr. Sheila, and how it can't be. You can't bring it back, isn't it? Once the enamel is gone. So
no, you can't really. And you never know, because just a couple of weeks ago, I was in Los Angeles at a health seminar on the future of, the stem cells. And so at this point, 2023, no, but there's so much stuff coming in the future that's going to blow your mind when it comes to healthcare. So don't lose hope. But at this point, no. But if you have a weak enamel, you just have to protect it. So you just have to make sure that you're not biting foods that are very damaging, like if you eat meat, don't crunch the bones, don't eat ice, don't even nuts. You want to soak nuts. You don't want to be putting too much pressure on the teeth. And then in the night, if you're grinding, protect the teeth. Either get upper and lower retainers that completely cover the teeth, or get a night guard. And then the main thing is you have to protect it moving forward so it doesn't get worse. So no decreasing the sugar, decreasing the acids. With someone with a thin enamel, acid is going to be your worst enemy. Have to cut down on the acid intake. So that's basically any food that has a low pH underneath, like under 6. So that's your all your sodas. Did you know something? This is a really interesting point that I'm sure a lot of people didn't realize. Water, bottled water. When you buy bottled water, you assume it's water. So it has a pH of 7, which is neutral. But a lot of the processed waters that we buy, the pH, there's a company beginning with D, that water has a pH of 4. So you can actually buy water that has acidic pH, bottled water. So you have to be very careful of what bottled water you're buying. And you can even buy little strips online called like pH indicators. Do you remember at chemistry school you used to dip it in?
Yeah,
to see
blue litmus paper and red.
Yeah, litmus paper, right? So
Yeah,
you would
litmus paper.
use it. If you buy a packet of that, it's very inexpensive. And your routine things that you're drinking, dip it in and have a look at the pH. And look at what you're drinking, like your orange. If it's acidic, don't drink it. The other thing, look at the bottled water that you're drinking. The other thing, you can even put in your mouth and see what your actual saliva pH is. Because someone like you, maybe you have a very acidic pH. So what's happening is your mouth is actually acidic. So even when you're not doing anything, it's working at a lower pH. So use that litmus paper. It's a very useful tool. Just a little bit of saliva and then look at the color and just see what your foods have that are acidic and what's your saliva. And then, and then you can at least be more informed. But the key right now, Mita, is just basically protecting what you have and not letting it deteriorate.
So there you are, Mita. You've got a special advice. When you go to America, which you go to see your mom and other people, you can go and visit Sheila anytime and she'll give a free thing. My advice to you, if you do have weak enamel, then take maize, which is the corn, the maize, eat that first, then eat any food and then gargle it. So it actually protects the enamel before the acid attacks. And then you can eat anything, including dal and strong foods, but avoid acidic foods. And if you want to drink good water, drink the tap water in the country where it is safe to. And now we've got Hayat. If you want to speak up, if you are shy to come on the video, you can unmute yourself. If you got a comment, you can just unmute yourself and speak without the video. Yes, there you are. She's there, live.
I'm not shy. It's wonderful to be kind of like listening to you amazing people. I really, really enjoyed the talk and I really enjoyed the advice and the wisdom. So I am very grateful and thank you so much.
Well, you're part of the family and do pop in always whenever you feel like. It's the same Zoom code that you can use. Now we know that you can welcome in there. And what we're going to do now, let's close the session with Dr. Amrita with a nice Gayatri mantra. And then Sheila, you can close up. Just before we do that, Lata, if you've got a quick comment, if you could make, and then we move over.
Yeah, I've forgotten what it was, Neil.
Okay, no worry. Let's go to Gayatri mantra and we'll come back to you, okay, if we can.
Okay.
Thank you. Amrita, let's go and do a little prayer and close off the session for wonderful. I think all you facilitators, the host, are such a beautiful amount of souls that we have collected for our harmony, peacefully. But Amrita, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsavitursvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsavitursvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsavitursvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayam. Om Shanti. Shanti. Shanti.
Wow, how beautiful that was. You do it so well. Sheila, it's time for you to conclude for all our viewers. Seema, what a wonderful presentation by you. Amrita, what a good contribution. Sheila, all our panelists, our team, our regular people, Meeta, Lata, Hayat is Meeta's friend, so she's going to join in regularly. It's so beautiful. It's so nice for each and every one of you at Healing Our Earth. We love you. Women empowerment brings better tips, better solution. I always believe in that because there is nobody better than a mother. Shira, you can wind down now, please, and close.
Lataji has something.
We proceed to close up, please. Shira, can you please close now? Thank you.
Okay.
Wow, that was such an amazing session. I think, Neil, you really did a wonderful close there. And I just want to say thank you to all our viewers out there for tuning in. And this has been happening for so many years. Thank you for Neil Kumar for putting together such a wonderful collection of amazing people globally. And it's so wonderful to have everyone like from all around the world tuning in and listening to such great advice from all the teachers that are teaching us all health and wellness today. And global audience out there, namaste to you all. And please know that we'd love to have you every week on Sundays. There's always some fun things that we're doing. Next week is yoga week. And we'd love to have you join our team. Please WhatsApp Neil Kumar. And thank you again for